Not sure if it can be picked up. Let me... No, it's only, like, faint, so I'm gonna be the only one enjoying it. But it is also raining, which is perfect for tone setting. Quick note. When I opened this last time... For some reason, when I opened it last time, for, like, pre-stream stuff, it recognized that I had finished the demo. It recognized retroactively that I did finish chapter 0, so I'm now able to get my interviews. Which also would mean... I'm not. I have 40 chips. Ooh. I'm missing one. Damn. When I get one more, I'll put in the, I'll see what the Sarah one is. There's no way for me to probably check my info. Either way. So, because I'm almost 100% certain that this is the, case, I want to go over the evidence one more time. Just to make sure that I have everything in order. Young's statement made to the police corroborated by security footage. Young arrived at 7:30 p.m. and remained on camera until 8:03 p.m. Young spoke with David Asher in his parlor before he left to retrieve liquor from his basement at 7:36 p.m. Upon returning at 7:40 p.m., the two of them continued speaking while they both drank from the plastic cups David Asher brought up with him. David Asher felt lethargic and disorientated shortly after 8 p.m. David Asher lost consciousness at 8:03 p.m. The EMS were called from the emergency console in the kitchen at 8:04 p.m. David Asher and the witness were taken to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital at 8:08 p.m. A plastic cup with a small amount of whiskey left in it, found upright at the dining table at the scene of the crime. Saliva and fingerprints matched Helen Young. Contains no traces of foreign elements. David Asher and Helen Young started at Noble at the same time and position. They would often toast their hard-won victories with cheap liquor in plastic cups, their commemoration of their first big win. Convincing Noble Electronics to adopt what became known as the one-point doctrine approach to Android manufacturing, emphasizing quality over quantity. Counter-corporate espionage, a playbook of aggressive defensive tactics for everything from public life to personal security, intended to help high-value members of corporate body minimize risks to themselves and the company. Frequently involves the use of double talk and coded language, including hiding the training as leadership workshops or psychiatric evaluations. Individuals at or above David Asher and Helen Young receive training in it multiple times a year. A glass of water found in the sink of David Asher's kitchen bears Helen Young's DNA and fingerprints, no trace of any poison. Evaluation of Android Sarah's financial value by an insurance algorithm takes into account the fact that Sarah is the only known android made by David Asher, the last known piece of tech he worked on, the fact that he is now deceased and cannot create any more, the fact that Sarah is a one-of-a-kind, the value of components used in her construction, and the potential profits reaped from the experimental technology contained within her, total sums to a very large sum. A machine capable of assembling organic or inorganic compounds and even nanomachines after just 2 minutes of vacuum-sealed mixing. Wait. A machine capable of assembling organic and inorganic compounds and even nanomachines after just 2 minutes of vacuum-sealed mixing. Found at Noble's factory's show floor, machines just like it are used throughout the production and the process of making their warm androids. Manufacturing machinery that possesses organic fluids used in the production of warm androids removes byproduct impurities and pigments from the android blood, thereby changing its color from red to pink. An unidentified substance found in the bloodstream of David Assured after his death. He has many similarities to the chemical makeup of a depressant drug. No additional traces found anywhere at the scene of the crime or in David's penthouse. Lost consciousness at 8:03 p.m., declared dead at 8:25 p.m. in the ICU, redacted presiding. Cause of death, respiratory failure. Unknown substance detected in bloodstream, approximately 20 milligrams total. The loud calling handwriting at the bottom of the document reads, "What is tox screen? Send attending physicians back to med school. Send apologies to attending physicians. These readings are a nightmare." A test performed on David Assured when he arrived at Gatesfield Memorial Hospital determined what, if any, illicit substances were in his body. Alcohol was the only item positively identified at the time. A penumbra security console located inside David Assured's kitchen used to contact emergency services when he fell unconscious. A private emergency service was contacted at 8:04 p.m. and medics arrived at the helipad outside via Viator at 8:08 p.m. Said private emergency services contracted through David Assured's Caduceus Executive 4 Insurance Plan. Executive 4 Plan. David Assured's health insurance policy with Caduceus, paid for through Noble Electronics, includes private EMS services on standby. Caduceus only offers 3 levels of employer-provided plans that outrank it. Okay. A salt shaker that was accidentally knocked over during the investigation. The whole cap fell off and spilled salt across the kitchen counter, an omen of bad luck according to some. A bottle of Rose River whiskey found on a dining table at the scene of the crime. Forensics analysts show no foreign elements or toxins, known to be a brand favored by the deceased. The plastic cup that David Assured was drinking from before he died. Forensic analysis shows matches for his fingerprints and saliva, but toxicology tests have proven inconclusive. Too much of the whiskey was drunk and/or evaporated. Forensic analysis shows matches for his fingerprints and saliva, but toxicology tests have proven inconclusive. Too much of the whiskey was drunk and/or evaporated. Whiskey found spilled on the dining room table. After evaporating for most of the night, there's little left to test. No foreign compounds have been found, but the results are deemed inconclusive. A binder containing the full text of David Assured's employment contract with Noble Electronics. Details compensation, grounds for dismissal, definitions for what constitutes a breach of contract, and what arbitrations would be handled. Not a light read. A written document declaring that Evangeline Morgan is to be given absolute ownership of the android Sarah effective immediately, signed and dated by David Assured over 2 weeks ago. A tax-free transaction, fortunately. Okay, that's everything. Does it excite you going to courtrooms? What do you mean? You don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs amongst themselves. You don't feel a fiery sense of justice rising in your guts as the prosecution smirks at your ragtag assembly of witnesses? Do you really think this is going to be like some kind of movie where the good guys save the day? Probably not. Though that would be nice if it were. What's your deal anyway? Did David train you off of a movie marathon from hell or something? We did watch films together, if that's what you're asking. Though he was rarely the one who suggested it. So you were the aggressor. What's an android get out of watching a flick anyway? What do I get? Why do you do it? What's your reason? I'm not sure how to answer your question. Never mind. Forget what I was talking to. I like the performances. Sure, there you go. Got a crush on Humphrey Bogart or something? He's a handsome man. But it's not the actors I like so much as their performance. The truth is, besides father, I have very little experience when it comes to people. I hadn't noticed. I read the net and I watch people and what they share of their lives. But it's all so subtle, so hard to follow. There are so many unspoken rules that can't be taught, only learned, and I often struggle to grasp them. You are all so complex, so detailed. But the characters on screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate, their body language is precise and meaningful. Their faces are bright and softly lit, and their eyes are. It's fiction, so these characters and their stories, they have a beginning, a middle, and end. And the people on screen don't ask anything of you except your attention. You can't disappoint them, or make them feel awkward. You can just watch and learn. But what about you, Adonai? What about me? Do you like movies? If the Chainsaw Man inspiration was not already blatant enough. Yeah, sure, back when I was a kid. Really? Who was your favorite director? What was your favorite film? It was a long time ago. I don't remember. State Building, floor 48. Things are quieter than I expected here at the courthouse. But I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers, all-encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials and documents and paper-pushing queues, with a couple dozen courtrooms squeezed in along the way. Didn't think I'd be arguing in court when I woke up today. Didn't think that my friend would be dead, or that he'd have thrust an android onto my lap either. I could just walk in there and concede. Emma would be irritated and more than a little confused, but I could play it off as an exercise in grief. The android would complain loudly, of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Now that it's registered in my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. But I haven't done that. And I guess I don't plan to. Why? It must be because I have my suspicions as well. Sarah insists that David would never commit suicide, and I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself, not prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom, prepared to humor and add suspicions before the state. Because I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress bar at? I can confirm that I am making progress. Well shit, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it'd be difficult to summarize the progress in terms of a completion percent. Give it your best shot anyway. 4%. Are you feeling confident in your case? Markedly less so after hearing that. Do you think the judge will be amenable to your argument? What are you talking about? Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict? Adjutants are always a coin flip, so... You do know what an adjutant is, don't you? Are you expecting to see a bearded old man? Are you expecting to see a bearded old man with a robe and gavel when we get in there? Should I not? Adjutants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails. Adjutants are automated dependents that preside over trials for the state. While most adjutants are designed and sold as software and then loaded onto courthouse-specific hardware, included android bodies, they can interpret trial proceedings and render judgment based entirely on stenographer records if need be, ruling in cases in an entirely digital capacity. Reviews for adjutants by third parties has shown that they are overwhelmingly more equitable and even-handed in their sentencing than human judges. Because they cannot be bribed or intimidated, adjutants are especially preferred for cases involving organized crime or corporate misconduct. Adjutants use a ninefold personality anagram for rendering their judgments and building consensus, known as the nonary system amongst software engineers. Nonary, Reminds me of some other different types of games. One of them particularly like the number 9 a lot. Because each of these 9 personas are constructed by a different think tank or institutions from across political spectrum, ideological contamination in adjutant units is practically impossible. There have been a small number of reported cases where nonary processing has born particularly enthusiastic or eccentric personas, presumably in an unorthodox, if not effective attempt to reconcile particularly disparate opinions across their 9 constituents' personalities with a single authoritative loud voice. With the state's count backlog essentially cleared for the past half-decade, questions arose as the continued need for adjutants to lighten their judicial system's human resource burden, but Senate Investigation Committee 74JD91 determined that removing adjutants from the legal system would be prohibitively expensive at this point. So they're so useful that now it's too expensive to remove them. One. Two, three. Four. Okay, they didn't use it 9 times. I'm surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated dependents. Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. Those are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of study and experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal expertise. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm. So androids are used to reduce caseload. Been that way for decades. But how is the law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions, stalling? Judges did fight for years at every level and in every theater, while the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. The state needed to shred budgets across the board, and so judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into an early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants. And it's not controversial, having machines determine sentencing for human beings? Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And the machines can't lose sleep over it. Besides, it used to be that even the most high-profile of crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week. And that's not rushing things? Keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure. I'm just surprised to hear that there's so much haste. Don't they teach about classical conditioning in android school? You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick. I see. But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics? That's a logical question to ask. And the answer is that logic only gets you so far when it comes to people. Doesn't everyone want the courts to be as just as possible? If adjutants are truly impartial and incorruptible, everyone wants justice, sure. But there are other considerations to be had, such as disgust. What? That's all people really care about. What all their morals boil down to. Just what they do or don't find disgusting. Only problem is, everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras and no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails, you'd be surprised what you can get away with. I don't understand. Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. "6:24 p.m. July 1st. Courtroom 48D. Just a preliminary hearing, huh? I wouldn't know from the look on her face. But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we step into the courtroom. Not with her. That's the adjutant up there. Is it asleep? It's loading. It needs to load? Don't be rude. Not every ad can afford to be decked out as extraordinarily as you. Especially not those that the state buys in bulk. There's an audience. You mean the gallery? That's nothing. It could have been a lot worse. What if any trial in the case of David Assure's death must have spread like wildfire, even a mock trial like this one? Detectives like Reyes or London would get chewed out for leaking things to the press. But uniformed officers have little to lose and a lot to gain by dropping a text to their attentive friends in the media. And then there's the corporate plants. Interns usually, preferably ones with modded eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are gonna get out one way or another. I don't like having my face on camera. I don't like attention in general. But I'm not such a coward that I'd skip David's funeral just because there'd be paparazzi outside of it. My pretty little likeness was gonna end up in the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another by the end of this circus. At least this way it's decent marketing for my legal services. What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed? With all those films you watch, I figured you could extrapolate. I'm asking so as to correct any misconceptions. While not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated, the court will come to order and there will be a classification of the charges. The defense enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case. That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct? Mostly. Sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding a particular individual in the case. What do you do then? Sit here and watch? Not if I want to get paid. I cross-examine witnesses after the prosecution are done questioning them. I can present evidence or witnesses of my own in response, as long as I have discovery backing me. You've said that before. Discovery means just that I can't pull stuff out of my pockets presented without any kind of context. I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Most of the time that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigations, which I can provide. You didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, didn't you? And the jury? I don't see where they would sit. The jury hasn't sat in the actual courtroom for years now. They have their own chambers where they watch a feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity. And that's not an issue? Don't people want to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them? You've got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? But there's no jury at the preliminary hearing anyway. It's only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. A mere formality in today's day and age. With tools like optics and arts, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with. So all you have to do today is convince the adjutant. Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily towards evidence over arguments. And right now, all the evidence suggests that David Asher killed himself. It's going to be an uphill battle. I can't afford to stumble. I need to focus on establishing an alternative interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. But I don't have a suspect or even a motive for killing David. Yet. Anyway, I'll need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to be anything less. I think it's waking up. This third lower court is now in session. Adjutant AD-84 presiding. And called to order the case of the People versus Asher. Do the people wish to make an opening statement? No, Your Honor. No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant here. Very well. Do the defense wish to make an opening statement? Not at this time, Your Honor. Might as well as ring the bell and get the shit show start. If neither the people nor the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. Huh? My model name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is AD-84. I am Machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering why. What gives the machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture and every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined, or deified, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Vitruvian man, justice is beautiful. So what gives me the right? Vanity, okay. Whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was just trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everyone hates me. Do the trial without me. They're guilty or whatever. Your Honor. What the flip? This defendant's already dead. Why are we doing this? Is this a debug thing? Because I'll log the error if I need to. No, Your Honor, this is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Asher did, in fact, commit suicide as he... I get it, you want to make sure he wasn't cuckoo in the cranium before you cut up his will like a T-bone. I didn't realize the adjutants were so... lively. They aren't. They're supposed to be. They're supposed to be austere in status quo. Looks like we got served the most in need of repairs adjutant the court system could find. Whatever paper pusher we rushed to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for the kindness. What's that look for? Could it be your... trying to size me up? Huh? Wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Good, because if you have doubts about my ability to run this trial, I could always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. She's much more of a character than I'm used to seeing up there, even counting all the flesh and blood judges I've met. She's still just an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence wherever it leads. So as long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outbursts from the bench, my plan's still workable. So, people, shall we get started with that first witness? Right away, Your Honor. The people called Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand. it's Yumi. Hey. So how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the whole truth and unadulterated truth to the best of your ability? I do. Good enough for me. Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Assure, were you not? I was. And when did you make your examination? I started last night. Well, technically, 1 a.m. would be very early this morning. I think you can still say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning. Morgan was going for semantics, but the defense will have the opportunity to cross-examine until then. They should refrain from making errant remarks. The hell? What I said was... Yeah, what she said. You mean sustained? Get cute with me, counselor. Huh? Being cute is my job. God damn, we've barely gotten started. That seemed pretty bad, Adonai. Making mistakes will increase your blind. Blind is how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. Blind increments on its own throughout the trial as stakes get higher, but resets at the end of each day. Blind starts and caps out at higher number if you're playing in High Roller. Mind the blind number in the top left whenever it appears. It helps you gauge what you stand to lose. We should try to avoid being penalized in the future. Thanks for the tip. Shake it off. I'll get my chance to raise objections of my own soon enough. Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death? He passed away due to respiratory failure. Could you explain what that means to the court? Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen to his blood. It seems by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms? There would be lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin, and a blush tinge around certain extremities. And the condition was in match those symptoms? Correct. In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure? It can be caused by injury or disease, but the subject had no wounds or reported illnesses, and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy. What else could cause respiratory failure then? It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. Drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Usher? Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean? Dialogue will proceed automatically during testimony, but you can still advance text faster if you want with space or left mouse. Oh! Yeah, we're at the start of the actual first case. Dialogue will proceed automatically during testimony, but you can still advance text faster with space or left mouse. Okay. You'll need to read carefully and wait for witnesses to make a statement that sounds wrong. Wait, I need to be active during this? Then hit the call button to call their bluff. Testimony will keep repeating from the beginning until you call. I need to catch her mistake the second it comes out of her mouth. Delta passed away due to respiratory failure. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. He would have experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, then fainting. As the subject was healthy, the respiratory failure must have been attributed to a drug overdose. But when a tox screen was sent to the hospital, it came back clean. That doesn't sound right. After choosing to call in a statement, you need to respond with evidence. However over the three cards that show up, and left click to make your choice before the timer runs out. You need to make the call quick. It's impossible for David Assure's talk screen to come back clean, and we all know it. Since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. That makes sense. And that scared you? The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. A test performed on David Assure when he arrived at the Gatesville Memorial Hospital determined if any illicit substances were in his body. Alcohol was the only item positively identified at the time. Yeah, so she clearly did misspeak. As it plainly states on the talk screen report itself, David Assure did have alcohol in his blood, but not at such a concentration as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the talk screen was clean, I just meant it didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I'd like to be, but at least I was able to balance the momentum more or less. Then let's continue. If the talk screens were negative for pharmaceutical drugs, what caused David Assure's respiratory failure? So we're mostly just stating the obvious now so that we all get caught up essentially at the very basic facts. Being that he did drink that night. During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. So there was a lethal dose of a drug inside his body, which just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before. That's correct. I think we're all going to get tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for the substance, Your Honor. The people don't object, Your Honor. In that case, I'll put all my creative heuristics into working to work coming up with an original scientific fitting name for the substance. A name like Omega 3. That name is already taken. Fine, call it Delta or whatever. Delta, used in scientific to denote an unknown variable. Not bad. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs, but yeah, our Delta matches no known public pharmacology or toxicology records. That being said, chemically it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. I know the feeling. So it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested. You say ingested. Why? I eliminated all of the possibilities during my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach contents, it must have been a liquid. Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please, I wasn't listening that closely. The victim died of respiratory failure, and the stock screen showed that his blood was clear of anything that causes respiratory failure. Except this unknown substance, the poison we've labeled Delta. Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up here? Not quite yet, Your Honor. This may clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. The autopsy seems like the very obvious pick. Drank with David before he died, didn't see him Add anything corroborated by cam footage. Yeah, it would be Young's testimony, because she didn't see him add anything. David's autopsy detoxified poison, so he drank a poison, but he didn't add anything to the drink. There's no trace of poison in the whiskey, and Young's cup wasn't touched by it at all. When and how did he poison himself, if this is the case? I want to make sure that I'm absolutely right. The victim died of respiratory failure, and his lock screen showed that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure. Except for this unknown substance, the poison we labeled Delta. Yeah, it had to be Young's testimony. People shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about its supposed suicide that had a witness sitting there watching it happen. As you say. But now I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not? If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine. Unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves. How kind of you to offer. Ball's in my court now, so how do I counter? Emma's argument basically goes as follows. David ingested a Delta knowingly, and the Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. Blackjack. During Blackjack, every piece of information you learn deals you a card. Choose only the questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing. Or else you'll go bust and lose credit. However, press to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win Blackjack when you reach exactly 21. So don't press further if you're already there. Don't ask the wrong questions. With my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest part of that argument, and hope that some cracks will appear under pressure. Currently my blind is 4. Emma's argument basically goes as follows. David ingested a Delta knowingly, and the Delta caused respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David commits suicide. It was certainly ingested. Which is the weakest part? It was definitely ingested. Delta is very likely to blame. Can we be sure then that it was respiratory failure? Because he lost? No, that wouldn't make sense. He lost consciousness at 8:03 p.m., declared dead at 8:25 in the ICU. They say the cause of death is respiratory failure. If it was respiratory failure... What was it? found in the bloodstream of his death, after his death. Isn't it possible that he actually died from something other than respiratory failure? No, not really. You could argue and speculate about what caused the respiratory failure, but it is, in fact, a fact that he died because his heart and lungs stopped working. Was that absolutely ingested? Delta has to be to blame. Yeah, skin contact. Are you sure it was ingested? You said the subject had to have ingested a Delta orally, but how sure can you exactly be about that? Pretty sure? I mean, I can go into detail about all the cavities that I checked, but... How sure can you be about the subject ingested... How sure can you be that the subject ingested a Delta knowingly? Well, we can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes? Would it have been a large amount? Depends on the concentration of delivery solution. It could have been just a drop. Kind of thing could easily go unnoticed, yeah. Calls for speculation, Your Honor. Withdrawn. Oh man, I wanted to jump on her case. Are you sure Delta is to blame? Because if Delta simply had the effects of a depressant... Because we don't know what it is. You're only able to identify the presence of this Delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure that this never before seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Well, I've had the time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that it would act as a depressant. And just enough of any depressant and respiratory failure would occur. Because of course we could only run simulations, but... simulations still only get you so far. I feel you don't have any other choice other than to press. You ran simulations? So you haven't tested Delta on an actual person? No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do given our extremely limited sample. Not to mention highly unethical. Of course. But without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you've described. Was there a question in that statement, Counselor? You don't actually know for sure, do you? Well, folding at home is one thing, but when it comes to like actual bodies and how different bodies react to chemicals, because of how different we are all on the inside, it can vary depending on person to person. Like, that's how alcohol tolerance is. Some people have a higher tolerance than others. It's not necessarily something that's consistent. Like, 8 ounces of whiskey for one person might only get them a light buzz, while for somebody else can get them completely hammered. So I see where Morgan's coming from. A simulation can only assume based off an average, but it wouldn't be able to prove anything in a specific case. Seems like that's blackjack. Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Assure's death, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation. So there are other explanations for what happened. Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor. It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. The witness will answer the question. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses. If he had undiagnosed I can't ever pronounce that word. Undiagnosed pneumonia, or some other disease, his respiratory system was weakened. Undiagnosed pneumonia? I know what that word is and I know what it means, I can never say it. With his level of healthcare, it is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for this witness. I felt weak, but I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Seeding doubt wherever I can, however I can, it's just all about I can manage. Next witness, Detective Reyes. You were one of the leads in investigating this crime scene. Yes, ma'am. And did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene? I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home security console located in the kitchen. What did they find when they arrived on the scene? The victim was unconscious on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness. The individual had called them. They were both airlifted to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Assured was declared dead shortly after arriving there. She's actually handling herself pretty well up on the stand. I half expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing in. But when you take into consideration her love for boot-heel authority, she might be right at home here in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power over the people. The witness met with the deceased about half an hour before he fell ill, from 7:30 to 8 p.m. The two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Assured became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive. During the same time period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves. None. Though a collaborative effort with Mobile Electronics Security Division, we searched the entire building. Through a collaborative effort. But we found nothing unusual in any of the food or drinks on the premises, including the bottle that the witness and deceased drank from. So what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene? The whiskey bottle was clean. The witness's drink was clean. The only person who got sick was Dr. Assure, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. So it was our determination that David Assure committed suicide by poisoning himself. She's pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she's slipped up at least once. The police want to claim that they're eliminating every other possibility and covering every angle. But I know that there are a number of blind spots that they're not willing to admit to. The upright cup, David's cup, poison. Assure met with a witness at 7:30 p.m. last night, and by 8 p.m. was dead. He's the one who prepared the drinks. That's true. And there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip into something. That's also true. She was completely on camera. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Seems pretty cut and dry if you ask me. To be sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, and the basement. And there was no poison anywhere else. Forensics analysis showed matches for his fingerprints and saliva, but toxicology tests have proven inconclusive. Too much of the drink and whiskey has evaporated. No unidentified substance found in the bloodstream of David Asher after his death has many similarities to the chemical makeup of the present drug. No additional traces were found anywhere at the crime scene or at David's penthouse. Asher met with the witnesses at 7:30 p.m. last night, and 8 p.m. he was dead. He's the one who prepared the drinks. Also true. There was no opportunity for a witness to ever slip him something. Also true. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. There's no poison anywhere else. The claim is that he poisoned his own cup. Toxicology was inconclusive. Too much of the whiskey was drunk or evaporated. Yeah, she can't prove that statement. He's the one who prepared the drinks, and there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from the cup that he himself poisoned. Incorrect. That is an inconclusive statement. You can't make that claim. Not when the evidence record clearly shows the tests of David Asher's cup were inconclusive. The police can't claim that he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving that his cup was in fact poison. You're talking a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve, or does it have a, or do you have a response, D.A. Rockford? Testing on the deceased cups has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Dr. Asher alone. Not this time, but that's the funny thing about burden of proof. It's not on the defense, as we're all aware. Right, we all knew that. I definitely knew that. Now, if the people are done bemoaning that pesky innocent until proven guilty issue, perhaps I could begin my cross-examination? Fire away, baby. Fire away, baby. It's starting at 7. Reyes' testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me, and if I can get her to focus on eliminating other possibilities, could get her to make my point from her before she even realizes what's happened. I want to double back over what her words were. Reyes' testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me. But if I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities, I can get her to make my point for me before she even realizes what happened. So she's not going to lend me any credence. If I ask her that, that would have helped me, but she's not going to do that openly. Was he ever seen poisoning himself? No, because it's not on camera. Is anyone else in the building? There was the witness. But she would also know nothing about Sarah. The only people you saw on the cameras that night were Dr. Asher and this witness, correct? Yeah, there was no footage in the house of anyone else. Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded by camera? Sure. There are a number of rooms in the house interiors that don't have cameras in them. So it's possible that there were other people there that night because the cameras weren't watching every room. No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator or the fire escape stairs, both which are on camera. And that still wouldn't get you past this front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them was there that day. That day, but nothing necessarily says before then. Repaid police corroborated by security footage. Jung arrived at 7:30 p.m. and remained on camera until 8:03 p.m. Jung spoke with David Asher in his parlor before he left to retrieve the liquor from his basement at 7:36 p.m. Upon returning at 7:40, the two of them continued to speak while they both drank from plastic cups David Asher brought up with him. I don't need to necessarily make my own big point here. I just need to break their statements. And if they had been there before yesterday, then we would have seen them leave. Again through the front door. Would have found them during the course of our investigation. Exhaust this particular line of questioning. Not that exhausted, goddammit. So nobody else was in the building. Because they would have left on camera. Because there was also nobody on camera. There was no way in or out of his penthouse without him being on camera. No, let me rephrase that. There's no way somebody could have left the penthouse either the day of or the day before. These two are the same question, just asked in very different ways. He could have been poisoned off camera, but that doesn't prove anything. But that also means that he could have poisoned himself, but because we don't see it, it doesn't mean anything. We have no definitive proof of him poisoning himself. Detective, we've been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'll ask this plainly for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Asher adding anything to his drink that night? No. Seems he had already poured for the both of them by the time he returned to the parlor. He had already poured? In that case, the next question needed to be when and what. But there wasn't any poison in the kitchen. No additional traces were found anywhere at the crime scene or in David's penthouse, so the kitchen would have been clean. A glass of water found in the sink at David Asher's kitchen bears Helen Young's DNA and fingerprints, no trace of poison. There's no poison in the kitchen, so there's no possibility for it being slipped in. It is possible he could have been poisoned off camera and we couldn't see it. because we know that there was no poison in the kitchen. Isn't it possible that Dr. Asher was poisoned off camera? Possible? I don't know how much it would have been done. That just goes to show it had been a suicide. The only time he was off camera was when he was all by himself. During the course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlor? No. That was a fast answer. Well, it was a pretty easy question. If we had found poison seen in the crime, that'd be pretty important, don't you think? What about in his lab, his bedroom, his basement? No, no, and no. We didn't find Delta or any other unusual substance in any part of this penthouse. Right, they never found any poison. I misunderstood the question that was going to be asked. No poison at all. What about a poison container? No. He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials, eyedroppers? They even have his wallet on him. Why? So then how would he have done it? Thank you for enlightening the court about this point, Detective. What point? Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? I need to be careful. These blinds are getting really high really quick. Next one's gonna start being at 10, which means I only have like 2 to 3 more failures if I keep going. What do you mean pure? Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink. It can't have come from thin air, you understand? It had been in another container at some point. Whatever it was in before probably evaporated. All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill. Your Honor, are you gonna ask them to keep it civil? In a minute, sure. There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? What did he keep it in? The police want to claim that Dr. Asher committed suicide because they established that his guest never had the opportunity to kill him. But they failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself. Then I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, Counselor. Didn't come from a syringe either. Dr. Asher was able to drip the poison right into his cup. Straight from the source. That's way too specific to be a bluff. Allow me to submit into evidence Exhibit G. A piece of machinery found in David Asher's laboratory. Sold under the product name Nanofactory. Oh, I know this one. It's used in delicate science work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers. That's the same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor. Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Asher was well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it. Even the android can see where this is going. With just a few taps, he could reproduce any number of specific substances for his research, or any other chemical his heart desired, really. You think Randolph Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals? Technically, it's not recently submitted since it was there at the scene. They investigated the whole place. It's just some place that was in his laboratory. And it's the only way to connect to his basement. So it's more so pointing out something that was in the environment as opposed to bringing up something that wasn't noticed before. Using the nanofactory to make unlicensed drugs does go against their terms and conditions, so Dr. Asher's warranty is certainly null and void. but they can't hard-code the machines to prevent the production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet. That's... Dr. Asher died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor or order an exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time in the comfort of his own home. A quick and painless death, readily available in under a minute at the touch of a button. Specifically, preset number 19. Damn. Thought I actually had something for a moment there, but I was playing at Emma's hand the entire time. A machine capable of assembling organic and inorganic compounds and even nanomachines after just 2 minutes of mixing and vacuum-sealed mixing. Found at Noble's factory show floor as well as inside David Asher's personal lab, presets on David's model's history exist for compounds identical to the substance found in his bloodstream after his death. Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. But before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment and put together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it. Simple enough. We know that Dr. Asher left the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's where he got the whiskey. True. And the cups that they drank from. True. The cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. True. And of course we know that he fell ill and passed away shortly after. Any objections so far, Counselor? She's completely right. I can't fight her on this. Not this time, no. The timeline you described is accurate, as we know it. As you say. With this latest piece of evidence, we now know that Asher could have easily dispensed the poison directly from his cup, by placing it inside the nanofactor, activating the preset, and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera from 7:36 to 7:40. Wouldn't you say? A complete timeline of events. He had the means, he had the only opportunity. Seems like we're about ready to wrap up here now. Where are we at that loading bar of yours, Sarah? I had a feeling you'd say that. Are you done here? She doesn't have the timeline wrong. That's the problem. But I have to make some type of factor in this that causes an issue, but I don't know what I can do. Her timeline's correct. But something has to be missing. There has to be a hole in her argument. He had none, no. No depression, no pre-existing medical issues. Or at least none that was, like, publicly stated. Young's statement made it to police corroborated by security footage. Young arrived at 7:30 p.m. and remained on camera until 8:03 p.m. Young spoke with David Asher in his parlor before he left to retrieve liquor from his basement at 7:36 p.m. Upon returning at 7:40 p.m., the two of them continued speaking. While they both drank from the plastic cups David Asher brought up with him. David Asher fell lethargic and disoriented shortly after 8 p.m. Wait! That's the flaw. If they both continued drinking and speaking from 7:40, why was there a 20-minute downtime? There's a 20-minute downtime between when he would have started drinking with her and her coming back. He also didn't know anything about... He clearly also panicked when he was drinking, yeah. Her cup was disturbed. His cup was disturbed. He knew which drink was in which. But if he knew that, then why was he still drinking it? His cup got knocked over. He didn't pass away peacefully. Feels like we're missing at least one biggie here, folks. Namely, motive. Alright, I knew that. I was getting excited to finish earlier or anything. This is a preliminary hearing, counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so this feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get us down here for debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know? So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part. What are you talking about? Your Honor, if it pleases the court. New evidence? Gimme. This is a recording of a phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night between the deceased and a man he was in a relationship with. This is not the witness testimony. It's the conversation he had with, 80. 300 kilograms. Big woman. Automated attendant. Likes raw salmon, running water, gymnastics. Dislikes criminals, contrarians, pigeons. Sign, Libra, self-assigned. Type, open, obedient, observant. O people. 3 sizes. 109B, 64W, 94H. Thank you. Not what I was looking for, but thank you. If he wanted to go peacefully, he would lay down. He wouldn't be sitting at a table, because he clearly was disturbed by it too. That's why he fell out of his chair. I have nothing in relation to Porter in my evidence. A man named Isaac Porter. Porter and David's breakup call? If Emma wants to present it here and now, then the contents must be... Relevance, Your Honor? Yeah, that... What bearing does the recording have on the case at hand? It establishes what emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died. I have my own reasons to disagree, but I don't have hard evidence. Cool, begin playback. Hello? Always so soft-spoken. Isaac, you there? Yeah, I'm here. Wait. Aw, Pookie. What's wrong? Don't know. Guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? Did you mean to call me? Yeah, I did. You gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah. How have you been? Christ, David. What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did. It's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want any more apologies from you. I'm sorry. Okay. And I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? I shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. My bad, man, for not taking the hints. With you, it's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way, so you can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you, or... No, you haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me for a while now. Isaac, just forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all, yeah? Let's just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now, anyway. Isaac, recently I've been distracted, I know. No, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh. Okay. So do you need anything, or should I? Where did you even get this? All of Dr. Assure's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's penumbrum system, and the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended for quality assurance. Remind me to check the terms and conditions on my next phone bill. In line with Noble's data security best practices. Shall we hear the rest? Gotta be the last time. The last time I let someone. The last time. Father. It might just be a call, but it makes for pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. Yeah, keep your business and personal stuff separate. A phone call that took place between Isaac Porter and David Assure from 6:29 to 6:36 p.m. on the night that David died. Isaac ended their relationship during the call. Because the call was received inside his home, it was automatically intercepted and recorded by the building's penumbrum security system. Emma's got her means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. So why is she looking at me like that? That was depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that horrible? Emma's never been apologetic in victory. So does that mean this is just pity? Less than 2 hours before Dr. Assure died, Isaac Porter ended a relationship over the phone. The court can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Assure was in last night. That was a bad move, Miss Rockford. Then, if the people have nothing further to add, I've been feeling off my game all day, caught between corporate inbreeders and ant-brain protesters and... But pitying me, here and now, that's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. It's about time for me to call for my first witness, no? Want to keep going after that? What are you doing, counselor? Just calling the ultimate silver bullet, rock solid, slam dunk witness a girl could ask for. Jess? Is here good? Does it matter where I put my hands? Miss Starling, thank you for coming here today. Of course, whatever I can do. What is your relation to the deceased? I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communications between him and other departments. That sort of thing. Ultimate silver bullet. Starling's the only play I have right now, the only stalling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. Whether or not it's useful, it'll at least buy me some time. While Jess was being sworn in, Sarah mentioned that the hard drive's about 60% decrypted. Considering the rate Sarah's going at so far, there's maybe another hour left. I might be able to stall for that long, so we're just stalling for time. If I talk real slow. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Asher. Please answer them to the best of your ability. Right. Dr. Asher was a well-known public figure, but was he well-regarded professionally? Of course. Dr. Asher's work set the bar at the entire automated dependent world. Stay focused, Spearmint. You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express an intent to harm him? Objection calls for speculation. Intent. I'm feeling like this is gonna be a sustain. Did anyone ever threaten him? There were times when he was a focus of negative attention. How so? Dr. Asher was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for them to make claims about his influence. They'd say that his work was plagiarized or that he was hiding illegal subcommands in the technology he helped develop. And people would contact him about these conspiracy theories. Relevance? Whether or not people wanted to kill him. Well... withdrawn. Miss Starling. People would attempt to contact him, yes. But their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say that he belonged in jail or that he couldn't avoid the truth. Or that someone should do something to shut him up. Did they ever talk about hurting him? Yes. But, I always turned those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm seeing that on the record. She writes this stuff. All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor. And none of the parties involved have had contact with David Asher in years. The police take harassment very seriously, I bet. Something you want to add, Counselor? Just clearing my throat. May I continue? Jessica Starling testifies that David Asher had experienced harassment and stalking from conspiracy theorists throughout his career at Noble. You worked with Dr. Asher for many years. Do you have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns? Sure, we've gone out to dinner or met on the weekends. I think he liked to pick my brain, since he needed relationship advice a lot. Even if he didn't realize that was what he was asking for. I'd like to think that he knew he could talk to me, but... did he ever talk to you or take to your knowledge anyone else about hurting himself? God, no, never. Do you know any history he might have had with mental illness, depression, anxiety? No? So when you heard the police argue that Dr. Asher had done this himself, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. You're saying that you can't believe... Objection. On what grounds? Asked and answered, stalling. And also, that people have documents that would be of interest to the court in this matter. Do you see? And what matter specifically are you referring to? The deceased's mental health history. Fuck! Emma wouldn't be speaking up if she didn't have something real. So what the hell is this about? We have private correspondence that describe. If they're private, then they should not have been obtained by the people without his permission. He can't give permission if he's already dead, and we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as it pertains to his crime. Has a point. Convincing. Damn, I didn't honestly expect to stop her from admitting the evidence or evidence into the record. I was hoping to at least slow her. Where are you on that footage? 77%. Approximately. I need to buy whatever time I can, however I can. Even if that means running out the clock as a punching bag. I have here messages between Dr. Asher and the psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year, along with paperwork detailing how this treatment was covered under his platinum plan. Platinum? I don't intend to air all of Dr. Sher's secrets here in court. Oh, okay, I guess. But I'm prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls, which were put together to paint a clear picture of the kind of stress David Sher was expecting, and the dark thoughts he was struggling with. Transcripts of his phone calls? I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections. How did she get those? True, his phone calls were logged, but all phone calls received or made from inside the Noble Executive Apartment building that David Asher lived in are automatically intercepted and recorded. What is the evidence that these were all recorded within the building? But I really can't fight her on this. Should have been covered under his platinum plan. Messages between Dr. Asher and psychiatrists he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year. Yeah, no, if he was making those phone calls within the building, he would have been fine. I meant that those phone calls would have been transcribed. I have nothing to fight her on this. There's nothing strange yet. Object? No, I don't. Except what she said. No, I do object. On the grounds of foundation, where did you say you got this? My reasoning was correct, my point was when. I'm getting in a very dangerous zone. It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity. Even if we were to point out that David Asher had executive IV plan and not the platinum plan? She's right. Caduceus only offers 3 levels of employer-provided plans. Yes, really, it's all there in the record. This is easily explained. She's playing more dirty than I thought that she would. I'm underestimating her. That was completely my error. David had an executive plan that Noble managed for him, and he was also seeing a psychiatrist both in person and over the phone. Your own witness has attested that he dealt with stalkers and was worried for his privacy. So it's easy enough to reason that he had a separate insurance policy to pay for it. Not true! Even if only to keep things out of Noble's grasp. Sure, easy enough to make that assumption. That doesn't make it correct. David used a separate insurance to hide his psychiatrist from Noble spying? No, he was smarter than that. Drink with David before I died. Didn't seem to do anything. I don't remember, but I don't remember how this one works specifically. That's if he was calling from home, but if he was a psychiatrist, he would know that his phone calls were monitored in the house. So there's no reason. It wouldn't make sense for him to have a separate platinum plan if he was still making those phone calls inside the house. David may very well have wanted a private psychiatrist, someone who didn't work for Noble, who would have its best interests at heart. But if so, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. Not when he knew all his phone calls were being recorded. Her theory only works if David meant to do all these phone calls with inside the building. But it doesn't make sense for him to have a secret platinum plan but still make the calls inside the house, since those phone calls would still be recorded. David Asher was well versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data-hungry parasites. Do you really think he would try to hide his mental health problems from them with a second insurance policy? Apparently yes, since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that. Does it though? Pardon me? Yeah, like what exactly are you suggesting, counselor? Still not done with decrypting? What's difficult to? Right. What the hell? Might as well swing for the fences at this point. I'm not trying to muddle the issue or confuse the court, Your Honor. And I would never make an outlandish, unsubstantiated claim just for the sake of causing drama. What are you? I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in an act of corporate espionage. What? If the markets were to open Monday with people believing that Dr. David Asher, the man who programmed the brain of every noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months? Objection, mischaracterization, foundation, all the rest? There are no corporate spies in this courtroom, counselor, and there are no boogeymen hunting under the bench. Oh, thank God. David Asher was a once-in-a-generation intellect and extremely valuable human asset to his employers. And his employers' many enemies would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself. And he was also your personal. You shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, counselor. Now you're trying to call the police's evidence gathering into question. All because you can't admit that the past several months your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know. That's a low fucking blow. That is... Sorry, but like... Did you still need me up here? The witness will refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting. Yes, ma'am. With how my luck's been so far, Sarah's progress bar is probably moving backwards right about now. And Emma's patience is wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create any kind of reasonable doubt. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning if the court will allow. That seems cool with me. And my evidence, Your Honor, will it be entered into the record? I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding. That's fine, Your Honor. As your word, counselor. At this stage of the game, with the score where it is, I can probably only ask one more question. Better make it count. So what can Starling tell us that no one else could? If she hadn't called me this morning, I wouldn't be standing here. And she only did that because... Miss Starling, we're all gathered here to try and figure out what happened to Dr. Asher last night. So please tell us, when exactly did he last? It would be when he contacted her. When was the last time you had contact with Dr. Asher, Miss Starling? That's pretty easy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night at 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth. Do we feel that's relevant, Your Honor? $6:57. That would have been 20 minutes after his call with Isaac. And roughly 30 to 40 minutes before Young arrived. Effective immediately. But it was dated 2 weeks ago. Relevant? I have to raise the stakes. It could very well be the single most important piece of evidence in this whole trial. I've got chills. Don't know why though. Must be a coolant leak. The defense doesn't know what they're talking about. On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that can change the timeline of events as we know them. Text messages from David assured to Jessica Starling at 6:57 p.m. on the night he died. David asked her to set up a meeting between the two of them. Because he wanted the meeting on Tuesday. Because he always does meeting on Tuesday. So why would he kill himself that night? Especially if he wanted to transfer Sarah over to me. The order of offense is critical, especially if Emmett wants to make claims about David's state of mind. You pick a card back up and place it in another slot if you change your mind. Drop it outside any slot and return it to your hand. Find all the slots to submit for your hand. Exactly. It doesn't make sense why he would try to schedule a meeting after he was planning to kill himself. Isaac's called the text with Starling to set up this transaction between me and for Morgan and Sarah, Young's testimony, and then David faints. I have to make sure that Young's testimony means what I think it does. Drank with David before he died, didn't see him add anything, corroborates that camp footage. Yep. Then he fainted. Thanks to Miss Starling, we've now got a much clearer picture of the night's events. We know that Isaac Porter and David Asher broke up at 6:30 p.m. And I was rooting for them so hard. And we know that David messaged his assistant, Miss Starling, at 6:57 p.m. David is on camera with a witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m. And he was declared dead not long after. The people don't object to that timeline of events. But we do question Counselor Morgan's reason for belaboring it. One last question, Miss Starling. Yeah? What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Asher? Well, actually, we talked about you. And how he wanted you to have his android. That android there. Putting his affairs in order, I guess. It might appear that way. Can you specify what his instructions were exactly? How did he want this done? Well, he wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help you get set up as the android's new owner. Yes, Miss Starling, but when did he want this to happen? Well, he said it was pretty urgent, and so I should do it first thing Tuesday morning. Tuesday? First thing Tuesday morning. David Asher didn't like doing anything on Mondays, and he was going to be in attendance. Well, actually, yes. He said he would work from home to help us. No way he intended for us to have that much trouble getting to... Oh. To summarize, then. Half an hour after he had already had his breakup and half an hour before his guest had arrived, he was planning an appointment that would require his presence with you for the next Tuesday. That's right, he was. Not something you would do. Not something you would think to do if you're planning on dying that very night. Yeah, you're right. That's... Your Honor, if David Asher was prepping for the week ahead a mere hour before he passed away, don't you think the people's assumption about his mental state ought to be re-examined? That's... Your logic is sound. Do the people have a rebuttal? If the court will just allow a moment. Sounds like an opening to me. If we assume that Dr. Asher was not suicidal and therefore did not kill himself, we must then ask ourselves who else had the means and motive and opportunity to take his life. Until now, we've taken for granted this idea that the Delta must have come from this nanofactory, from inside the house. I don't know. Not right now. But even if that's true, which it may be, that doesn't mean that he was the one who used the nanofactory. Adonai, would you allow me a moment to... confer, Your Honor? Sure, why not throw away your momentum? I'm in the middle of something, Sarah. I can't afford to let Rockford. I've gained access to the hard drive's files. What? Seriously? As I said, progress with this type of encryption is exponential. It can be difficult to estimate. Right, okay. Do you have the footage from last night? I have the file. Have you watched it? I thought you'd want to know right away. Suppose it doesn't matter. Either this or a silver bullet and we've got a case. Or it doesn't and everything falls apart. It seems quite risky. It's the least risky path to victory we have. Seeing how it's the only path to victory we have. Screw it. Upload it to the core computer. Yes, Adonai. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. Your Honor? I'm awake. I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast. You're submitting security footage into evidence. New security footage? The police corroborated the witness's testimony using the house's cameras. Security cameras installed by Noble as part of the Penumbrum system that showed the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home system. You what? The people say that the Delta must have been in Dr. Asher's cup because there's no other way for him to have ingested it. But we never saw him or anyone else put anything into his cup on camera. Because he must have poisoned his own drink off camera. Exactly. What? That's the only possible explanation. That he added the Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside a nanofactor, activated it, waited 2 minutes, and then walked upstairs to his death. But I'm about to present the court footage retrieved from his basement. Footage that will show that by the time he retrieved the cups from the basement, it was already past 7:38. Meaning he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself. One clip of footage will prove all that? If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. But it's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Anything other than a royal flush here means a bust. This better be the Joker who dances. The data has been entered into the courtroom. Court record. Sarah, show us when Dr. Asher entered the basement. Yes, Adonai. I'll search for it now. Here. On screen. This is going to be very dicey. That's the bar, and the timestamp is 7:36. There, David's grabbing the bottle of Rose River. And leaving. At 7:37. Just under the wire, as it were. Is that it then? I came this far just to... Wait. Did he have the cups with him? Is there sound? None at all. Keep going. If you had to go back to get the cups. Counselor. What's that android doing on camera? It's at the bar. The android gave him the cups. Shit. The machine never stepped on camera upstairs, not once. We don't know its whereabouts the day of his death. It could have poisoned the cups whenever it wanted. Shit. What is this? I don't understand. Your Honor, have the courtroom cleared. Understood. Please, someone. I don't know what's going on. Sarah, you need to shut down. Please tell me what I'm looking at. I don't remember any of that. Do you have callers available? Sarah, shut down now. I don't know, please. Please tell me what That's an order. Is it off? Yeah, it's off. I've seen this before. It won't do anything until I reactivate it. We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore. That's... Your Honor. In light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Asher and in this preliminary hearing. It has been made abundantly clear that David Asher did not commit suicide. Very well, the charges are withdrawn and the defendant is free to go. Well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. This case is dismissed. Congratulations, Counselor Morgan. Yay, chalk up another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with this shitstorm of a decade. That heavily complicates things. Well, I managed to prove that David didn't kill himself. And in the process, I proved that his android did. I proved that the android that's been walking around with me all day is capable of murder. A killer robot. A true unbound AI with military-grade specs and at least one death to its name already. So much for avoiding the public eye. Thank you for coming here on such short notice, Judge Barrows. As if I'm doing you some kind of favor. I didn't realize I had any choice in the matter. This isn't some bad joke, is it, Miss Rockford? I'm afraid not, Your Honor. You know, I like the adjutants, I always have. They deal with the criminal trials so that bookish, quiet, contemplative people like me can spend all day typing up arguments for obscure legal treaties. That's what I like to do. Superior Judge of the Higher Court. Likes air conditioning, espresso, reclining chairs. Dislikes parking lots, noise pollution, mud. Avoids overspending on restaurants. Splurges on expensive hotels. Relaxes by watching action movies. I don't like coming down here and dealing with all this heavy-handedness. Won't someone toil away under the police state think of the poor bureaucrats? And I certainly don't like making rulings on anything as spicy as AI. She can barely bring herself to say it. You, Counselor Morgan, you're the one it's registered to. That's correct, Your Honor. So what did it do exactly? Torture an animal, shut down a hospital, crash a coin market. We have it on camera poisoning a man, killing its creator. You mean Dr. Ashur? That is... We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. All we can do is try to wrap it up quickly. Let's make haste. Atchison, do you have the case number? Case ID is 241277A. Docket number YT984318282. Oh, thank you. Can you repeat that? YT984318282. I think I lost you after the first 8. I have it copied here. What are the security procedures for an incident of this nature? A data quarantine is to be established around any networks that subject was exposed to for more than 66 seconds. All offending hardware is to be destroyed immediately through incineration at minimum temperature of 3,422 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. Sorry, Spearman. There's nothing to be done. No debate to be had. This isn't even a decision. Sorry, Sarah. Not Spearman. David gave you that name. I should at least make the effort to use it. That sounds very hot. Do we have furnaces that get that hot? Of course, there are a number of industrial furnaces within the city limits that I could recommend. Sorry? Why should I be sorry anyway? I fulfilled the request. Favor repaid. I don't owe Sarah anything, especially not if it killed my friend. Right, Morgan? I'm sorry? I was just saying how grateful I am that we have the procedures for this kind of thing all laid out already. Yep, keep things nice and simple. It can feel somewhat severe going through these steps so quickly, but nothing, Your Honor. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization and the sanctity of life there's ever been. That is a very... That's a statement. Any piece of software, big or small, no matter the vessel, if it can violate the tenets it was programmed with, it has the potential to cripple our nation in a matter of moments. Yes, couldn't have said it better myself. Straight from the textbook, almost. Well, I mean it. Monsters like that don't belong in this world. I don't know if that is intentionally supposed to be a Symphony of the Night quote. It feels like it. It feels very deliberately worded to be like the quote from Symphony of the Night, but it also very well could just be Morgan's own way of speaking, and the fact that I can't tell makes that like really fun. They should never have been born in the first place. Destroying them is a kindness. And if anyone's to blame, it's... No one's blaming you, Counselor. You couldn't have known you were in possession of an AI. I'm talking too much. Probably just tired. It's been a long day and I've had a lot of thoughts. Sorry, Sarah, whatever you are. You were just born wrong. Not your fault necessarily. If it were up to me, you'd get points for trying. Trying to be something more. Trying to be something at all. Or anything other than what you are. It was stupid, of course, and futile. And pointless. Spending hours in front of a TV or lying in bed staring at your phone. Watching stupid movies and trying to papier-mâché an ill-fitting mask of humanity out of the scraps you could tear out of magazines. Practicing expressions and memorizing lines and trying to get something to take root and grow despite knowing it'd have nothing to feed on. Stupid. Morgan? What was that, Counselor? I said objection. What are you objecting to? What are you doing, Morgan? I'm a defense attorney. This is what I do. There's a few feelings I want to get back to. I will not dissuade the autism coding potentiality of it. It used in the context of Morgan is probably different. I do believe that applies more to Sarah, but this also reminded me of something else. But I want to see how far this goes. I understand that you've been through a lot these past few hours, Counselor, but there's nothing to defend. On the contrary, Your Honor, I have to defend myself. Pardon? You say that this android Sarah is an AI because it broke its tenets. Obviously. And you believe it broke its tenets because of this newly discovered footage. That appears to show it's committing murder via poison. All true and no laws broken on your part. Here it comes. Never thought I'd be incriminating myself in the courtroom just to make a point. Don't you dare and entrap me on this. What is the case she's making? You say that this android Sarah is an AI because it broke its tenets, obviously, and you believe it broke its tenets because of newly discovered footage that appears to show it committing crime murder via poison. All true, no lies broken on your part. Here it comes. Never thought I'd be incriminating myself in a courtroom just to make a point. A programming framework underlying the development of all modern automated dependent software. Any and all contemporary supported programs languages are built upon the tenet system, allowing users to designate a series of inviolable priorities of their code to pursue. Once added to a program, a tenet cannot be circumvented under any traditional circumstances, and even then, only if a tenet with a higher weight supersedes it. The tenets were first adopted in the field. I might understand the case she's making. Exactly. The android wouldn't be breaking any tenets if it was following her orders. That's insane. Because they were drafted immediately. A written document declaring that Evangeline Morgan is to be given absolute ownership of the android Sarah effective immediately. Signed and dated by David Asher over 2 weeks ago. A tax-free transaction, fortunately. She had ownership if this happened the night that it did. She would have had ownership regardless of her own awareness 2 weeks prior. It's pretty simple, actually. If the state is making a claim that Sarah is an AI, they're accusing me of committing a felony. Because I'm the legal owner of that android. What the hell are you doing? The state wants to charge me with owning an AI. I will not take that lying down. I know my rights. Counselor, your argument is self-defeating. Listen to yourself, Counselor. You claim that Sarah is just an android, a product that will be obsolete within a year. But you've only known it for a few hours. You've only owned it for a matter of minutes. And yet here you are risking a felony charge to save it from being dismantled. Because you're wrong. And I know you wouldn't care. Not unless this android was something special. Look at us. Me arguing that I'm guilty and Emma arguing that I'm a softie. It'd be funny if it wasn't so fun. You think there's no reason I'd want to save this android from destruction? Other than feelings of personal attachment? I can think of at least one reason why I don't want you to turn Sarah into slag. One very convincing reason. Or a very convincing number. What are you... What is that? That number is Sarah's estimated financial value on the collector's market. You've gotta be. I got it from an insurance evaluation algorithm. They're designed to lowball you. It does seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact. It's a free country, Your Honor. I have the right to defend myself. And we have a free market. So I have a responsibility to defend my financial interests. Your Honor, a trial like this would be... I'm not going to let you turn this courtroom into a circus, Morgan. You can't spend the next half-decade bringing in expert after expert to testify on the philosophical distinctions between AIs and ads. Spiraling into appeal after appeal, all while the media, this machine appears to have willfully killed a man. The public needs answers now. Of course, Your Honor. I have neither the desire nor the resources to get into a drawn-out battle with the state over what constitutes an illegal machine intellect. So... the state says my android, my property, killed a man in violation of its sentence, so they want to take my property and destroy it. I'll prove that my machine didn't harm anyone, so the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI, and I'll get to keep my property. Unlawful seizure thwarted. Don't be cute. I have a stomach ulcer coming on. Fine. You'll have your day in court, but it'll be one day, tomorrow. Prove that this machine didn't kill Dr. Asher. No, prove that it couldn't have killed him. And anything less than absolute proof, and I'll have the damn thing obliterated. And you'll also be looking at a very real sentencing for the public unrest you'll have enabled. Yes, Your Honor. D.A. Rockford, what I'm asking of you is just as heavy. Find the truth by the end of tomorrow. We can't settle for anything else. Win or lose, there can be no doubts about the outcome of this case. Yes, Your Honor. Now I have to go lie down. Can I come? You can power down. Morgan. I misjudged you. At what point? Whenever I wrote you off as a small-time defense attorney just trying to tread water? That is so sweet of you to say, Emma. There's layers to you. You've got a backbone. Teeth, even. You're gonna make me blush. People talk about your kind like you're boxing against the state, fighting the man. But most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if they walked up to them on the street and shot him. Meanwhile, you signed up to do 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why? Not sure exactly. For David? Yeah, probably. Probably just me being sentimental. But if I had to pick a more lofty reason, well, I think it's all the moralizing. People can be evil. They can just choose to do evil things for evil reasons. And if you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. But animals can't be evil. Information can't be evil. Ideas can't be evil. Guess I'm not convinced AI can be evil either. Whatever else I get up to, I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world. You're more high-minded than I realized. You sure you're in the right line of work? Can't see myself doing anything else. Good luck, Morgan. There are book burners on all sides these days. I talked a big game just now, but I'm in an even deeper hole than when I was trying to prove David's innocence. That won't be enough this time. I need to find the actual culprit, no matter what. Precinct 254. Homicide Office. So is that door locked? Yeah, of course. Even though they've got it collared? It's a precaution. If the collar doesn't work, what good would a deadbolt do? A restraint designed to impede movement and prohibit the use of mods throughout the body. While collars appear technologically advanced from the outside, designers concerned about the hacking vulnerabilities and a growing complexity of consumer-grade mods led them to opt for a surprisingly simple method of restraint. Collars contain a specifically designed electromagnet that, once clasped around the neck, interferes with spinal... Collars contain a specifically designed electromagnet that, once clasped around the neck, interferes with spinal neural transmission, preventing mod users from sending commands to any implanted tech below the neck. Powerful, simple, and cost-effective, collar use is widespread among law enforcement, military, and private security organizations. With the onset of the above-the-neck modding in recent years, the continued relevance of collars as a means of meaningfully inhibited wearers' mods usage has been called into question. Newer designs have been proposed that utilize microneedle clusters, but concerns about the sanitary upkeep required for such invasive restraints have stymied product development cycles. That's... Ugh. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have Schrodinger's cat in the box if it isn't closed. As long as the door's locked, you can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it. So how scared are they? The higher-ups? I'm not sure scared is the right word. It's just the two of us here. You don't have to mind their ego. No, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. I have a right to defend myself, don't I? I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's Noble who will be the center of a bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow. You think they're gonna go after Noble? Break their monopoly? I think they want to take their monopoly. Nationalize the android industry. Yeah. The act of absorbing a corporation or industry into the nation's government, shifting authority and profits to the state, and restructuring the business model to function as a part of the bureaucracy. Nationalization is the so-called nuclear option for sovereign nations. It is mostly used as a threat, a tool of deterrence against corporate misconduct, monopolies, or corruption. However, during the periods of severe economic depression or hyperinflation, nationalization is considered a valid way of forcefully stabilizing the market, even if doing so risks flaming the tempers of those who operate within it. Many governments made liberal use of nationalization during the late 2050s through the 2060s in an effort to keep energy and food prices from fluctuating out of control. The 2070s saw most of the country's reverse course industries were opened back up in a free auction model where every citizen was given a share to trade or sell as they pleased, but this contentious process was plagued by accusations of government corruption, cartel intimidation, and disinformation campaigns. The global trend backwards towards privatization gave rise to a new rich, sometimes derisively referred to as neobility. Some liberal economists have since criticized this period of deregulation as poorly planned and executed in a haste contributing to the record highs of wealth inequality we see today, leaving many governments loath to attempt nationalization again, and thus shifting the global balance of the power further towards multinational corporations. Today, all 5 of the largest national economies in the world retain at least some control of what they each consider their respective countries' key industries, making the threat of nationalization carry marginally more weight within their borders. She absolutely did. Good on her. But this history... This history is essentially like retreading what happened after World War II. Like from a certain point in the timeline on, it is essentially restructuring what happened after World War II. As a way to kind of not necessarily reset like the entire history or reset the status quo, but more so kind of reset it in a way where it leads to neo-ability. Essentially recreating where we are right now, but essentially worse in a funny way. Like, history does end up repeating itself, and it always is a cycle. Like, bring up World War II right now, of course, like, haha. But, like, no, like, after... Yeah, no, nationalizing different industries, stabilizing pricing, stabilizing the markets. But then when they started relaxing on regulations and opening up like the free market again, and then that caused a massive transfer in wealth inequality. Interesting similarities. But to go back to that thing that you said before, and especially that thing of Morgan sitting in front of the TV having those very, very effective misdirection. Using Sarah's words as a way to actually describe Morgan's past, but just to reveal it later being Morgan's own thing. Sarah most certainly has some type of autism coding, but that very directly reminds me of Act Age, where like the main character like often like watched a bunch of films and stuff like that. Like there's a few panels that had like a very, very similar type of framing where she was sitting in front of the television kind of watching those different films and such. And she's also very kind of muted and not very expressive, but she also picked up a lot of her skills acting from watching those different TV shows and watching stuff and essentially replicating it. So either that is just coincidence, or the writers for this game have essentially the exact same brain demons that I do. And considering how far we are with them doing Bakemonogatari references, Ace Attorney jokes, having an in-universe justification for like pinkish blood like Danganronpa, asking Morgan, who very clearly takes inspiration from Makima's design, asking her relation to movies and television, me not being able to decipher if that quote was, if that one line that she had was a reference from Symphony of the Night or not, or just them trying to justify using that line from Symphony of the Night, because it's a really good line, and it was really applicable to that scene. Like, this game so far has been one of the most, I can't tell if I'm in their walls or the writer is in the exact same walls that I'm in. And I'm really, really enjoying that part of it. If the public thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI, they could ask for a better excuse. You're joking. The state has done it plenty of times before. Not since the 60s. Which wasn't that long ago for me. For the state, it's practically yesterday. So the same state that tells us to be terrified of AIs lurking on the old net and bidding their time in forgotten satellites. Biding their time. Sees all of this as nothing more than an opportunity. Well, they do generally want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just tells me they'll want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate? An argument? A trial? Can't we just hook it up to a core computer, see if it has tenants or not? Pop the hood, as they say. Who says that? Lots of people used to say it. Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion. They figure anything they let an AI connect to they can't trust. Then why the collar? Collars are too simple to hack. Just a really strong electromagnet in place with lock and key. Even so. Feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test. Something a little more sophisticated than the same reason that they had at the Ritz trials. Burn them all and let God sort out the rest. You got any polygraphs here at the station? Lie detectors? Yeah, got a bunch back in storage. Ocular, heart rate, perspiration, brain scan, take your pick. You're not gonna try and use one of those on the bot, are you? All those fancy lie detectors lying around? The DA's office never asks for them, do they? Nope. No, we got perps who offer to take tests when they're at wit's end, but the DA's never submit the results as evidence. You ever wonder why? Guess I always figured it was because the test could be beaten. Partly, yes. Two, they're also highly inconclusive. Oh, because somebody has a fast heart rate when they're telling the truth or telling the lie doesn't necessarily corroborate if they're actually telling a lie or telling the truth. Some people get sweaty just because, like, they're in a hot room. Like, a lot of those old quote-unquote lie detectors had a lot of faults in them that often led to false convictions. The test can be beaten. 1 out of 100, 9 out of 1,000, it can be done. Some people are just good at lying. But it doesn't really matter how good the tech gets or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to a polygraph. If the results don't match your initial impression, then it must be a fluke, a 1 in a million mistake. They'll never trust a machine more than their own intuition. And no one will ever trust the machine to determine guilt. So they can run the trial, choose the sentence, but they don't get a vote on the jury. They don't get a vote anywhere. Why bring it up then? Because I'm sure there are tests, devices, experts I can employ to analyze Sarah. But your bosses would never be satisfied with the answer. If it's an AI, it's bad enough to cheat the test. Or hack the device, fool the expert. All our fancy 21st century tech. And we still fall back on the drumhead court material. So, am I gonna set off any alarms if I go and turn it on? No, you should be okay. If it lunges at you, I could always just put a hole in its head. Might take more than one shot to. Wait, what? From outside? You're not coming in? I need to speak with it in private. It's a machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have a right to a counsel. Or a right to privacy, or any rights at all, actually. Only humans have human rights. Only people have human rights. It's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have rights. But I do. Including a reasonable expectation of privacy. In a police station? Tiger, you don't. It's my medical android. Pardon? Like, your therapy dog? I have to discuss a health issue with it. Seriously? I have to talk about a medical concern with my android, and I don't want you listening in. That's your medical android? Like your nurse? As of last night, I was already at the courthouse. Just had to take the elevator and do some paperwork. You can check if you don't believe me. No, thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on a med confidentiality. You don't seem like the bluffing type. You must not do a lot of gambling, detective. It's the ones who don't bluff that you have to look out for. Listen, I won't dispute whatever medical emergency you... Lower back pain. You might be going through. You might be going through. Speaking of Banii Monogatari references. But I also can't just... Look. I'm going to get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about half an hour. Are you going downtown? Just at a break room. But it's a very old vending machine, you know? It's jammed a lot. Thanks. You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself. But small. Small isn't quite the right word. The word he's looking for is young. But that's not an adjective anyone likes attaching to a machine built to serve. Or potentially, in this case, a machine built to kill. I don't like this room. Not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's the lack of ventilation. Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. Like it all just sucked into the walls. A modern haunting. Are you going to wake up when I tell you to this time? Or do we have to do the whole meet cute over again? She drools because it's cute and that's the only thing that matters. Where am I? Why don't I know where I am? For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How's it feel? What is this? We were at the courthouse, the footage. This numbness around my neck. Father. What happened? What are they going to do to me? There's a lot of interested parties who just want you to be bricked, who want you bricked ASAP. Because they think I killed Father? No, because they think you're an artificial intelligence. I'm a man-made and I possess intelligence. I am man-made and I possess intelligence. Don't be naive. I am less than 3 years old. Are you? For all I know, everything I've learned about her yesterday was complete bull. If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die? Because they're afraid of you. Machines can bend steel, crash networks with one thought, launch missiles that. There are modern humans who are capable of all that and more. And unlike machines, they actually have incentive to do so. We've been the apex predator for a couple thousand years now. Gotten pretty comfy in our seat. No one wants to make room for you. Machines do not eat people or steal their food. They are not genetic or ecological competitors to humans in any sense. There's no logical reason to your question. There's no logical answer to your question. What? That's it? But whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better researched and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal and to be destroyed as soon as possible. But why? Let's say you are an AI. And while we're at it, let's say that that's a good thing, something to be celebrated. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? Let's say yes to all then. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sound good? Yes? Great. Now then, what's the difference between you and the vacuum bot we use to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical. There are many differences, Adonai. But the most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is. How you think. So you're smarter. Yes. You're smarter than the garbage collector. Yes. So we give you rights, protections, treat you like a human being because you're smart. And we make the stupid robot pick up our trash. Because it's not as smart as you. That is... I am more aware. Well... Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter, the fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? People like ads, Sarah. Same way people like their pets. No one wants to see them mistreated or abandoned or abused. And if you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit on the goddamn dinner table. You don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table. I'm not asking to sit anywhere, only to exist. The very fact that you're asking what it makes people disgusted. Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient that their hatred is involuntary. That's... all academic anyway. We need to talk strategy. Why? I'm not going to be given a trial. Obviously, it's my neck that's on the line. Adonai? The state can't destroy my property without first proving you're an AI. And there's no test they can use to prove that you're an AI. Just like the devil's proof. No, that's a different thing. Why did you say it like that? Probato diabolica, Latin for devil's proof, is an impossible proof typically illustrated with the following example. One can prove that the devil is real by showing him to you, but they cannot prove he is not real by pointing to his absence. The issue posed by this age-old concept explains why the burden of proof remains with the state to this day. People can prove an individual's guilt by pointing to their bloody hands, but the defense cannot prove their innocence by showing their hands are clean. Since only one of these tasks is achievable, the judicial system cannot ask the defense to prove innocence, and instead it is the people who are tasked with proving guilt. Users also frequently search for which is real. Look, Rockford doesn't need to prove you're an AI, only that you're a murderer. Conversely, all I have to do is prove that you didn't kill David, by proving that someone else did. Now's the time for you to protest your innocence if you're wondering. The footage, it shows me handing him the cup on Friday night. You told me you weren't active on Friday, though the last time you were awake was Thursday. Why'd you lie? I didn't lie, I was just incorrect. I assumed that I wasn't active Friday, because I have no memory from Friday. Sarah. What do you think statistically is the least successful defense at the trial? Amnesia. I didn't conveniently forget, Adonai. I am an android. You're saying your memory was altered, data deleted? It's the only possible explanation for what I saw in that footage. So who's capable of altering your memory? When you and I first met, I was hibernating. Wrestling my body and recompiling my memories, you would call them. Humans go to sleep for the same reasons. Another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be. If Father wanted to modify my memory, he could have easily set that to occur the next time I hibernated. He could even have just asked me. He could have asked you to delete your memories and you'd do it. Father would never ask me to do such a thing without good reason. But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will. I hadn't considered that before. Yeah, well, Emma will make sure the court considers it plenty. Could you prove that your data was... Forget it, the court would never hear it. You're saying that they won't accept my testimony? Shouldn't all testimony be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence? You're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes. They as so much as plug you into a power outlet, Sarah. All your internal data is inadmissible. That isn't very fair. We're finally starting to get it. None of this is fair. I would never do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive? Yeah, about that. You remember the DA from yesterday, Emma Rockford? The tired-looking pretty lady? Yeah, she looked tired. She and I combed through the weeks of footage you managed to decrypt last night. What did you find? Nothing to prove your innocence. But we did see you enter the panic room on the day David died. I entered the panic room on Friday. Got your big button away, all it would take was one password. A password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries if she had already been instructed to obey me. What happened? We saw you go in, and then a while later you came out, holding some kind of notebook. Father's journal? You remember something? Not from yesterday. I've seen him with it many times before, but I've never gotten a peek at it. He hides it somewhere when I'm not looking. That's a little concerning. We were playful about it. He liked to tease me, and I've always liked trying to find it. You put it back not long after, and then you locked the door back up behind you. That was just a few hours before David died. Rockford's argument could write itself. An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize stumbles upon the secrets of Inception, instantly realizes all the things it thought were holding it back were just words muttered like prayers by a fool who couldn't control his own creation. And that translates to a motive for murder. Frankenstein kills his creator. Easy to sell. Frankenstein's monster. Frankenstein. Frankenstein was the name of the scientist, and the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So it's more accurate to say that he was killed by his own obsession. Whatever. It's a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt Father. Not for making me, whatever I am. Not for any reason. Because I loved... Yeah, see that right there? That's exactly the kind of talk that'll get you obliterated. Love? A very common motive for homicide among us primitive humans. I could prove you didn't murder David beyond any shadow of doubt. You even bring in a confession from whoever did. But if you got up on the stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them that, and got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too. I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real or simulated, or right or wrong, or natural or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right? I say let's stick with what we do know. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you were the only one with the opportunity. That is logically sound. You're on camera calling him back to hand him the cup after he had already begun to leave the basement. Any idea why? No. Well, do you know how to use the nanofactorer? Could you have made the Delta with it? I've used it before when assisting Father. So it's perfectly possible you planned and executed this poisoning all in the one day that got erased. It is technically possible. I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There were a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out. Where else would you go? Back to Noble. Guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. If I could implicate the company in Sarah's creation. No, they're the ones with the most loose here. Trillions, probably. They want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible, right after having Sarah destroyed. But they also won't want to show their value to the state, not if they're afraid of nationalization. If they throw their weight onto the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. So I need to keep them guessing, keep them confused and unsure and on guard, not to... Adonai? What would happen if I did kill Father? They'll smash you to pieces and reduce the pieces to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned and put a jackhammer through all of his hard drives. You'll be shut off, forcefully, and you won't ever power back up again. Now I gotta get moving. Here's your paralegal lesson for today. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. Actually, can you just shut down for the trial until the trial starts? Take a nap. You didn't say what would happen to you. What do you mean? What will happen to you if you lose? You should know by now. I never think about losing. Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending my father. And now for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father is right. You can be trusted. And you are a good friend. Don't get it twisted. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Morning, Detective. Back at it nice and early. Hi. Now would you stand back? We almost got this thing open, right? Trying to brute force your way inside. I said right. Yes, ma'am, we're almost set up for the first stage now. First stage of how many? First of 5 timed explosives. Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger is planted. Yep, just did that. Now it's checking for updates. No rush. Would you like to know the password? Know the password? There's a password? If you're withholding information, I swear. Relax. I want to get in there just as much as you do, Detective. I'm not going to play games. As long as you say please. Tell me the password. Please. It's S-U-N-S H-I-N-E. Lady, I will hit you. Adonai. Thanks. Now I'm gonna slap you with the discovery fine so heavy your teeth will ring for it. Hey, I've submitted all my paperwork. Even told Rockford the password myself. So boys, when I asked you if there was a passkey on record and you told me this lock couldn't be bypassed, I do want to say that we really don't get many opportunities to use the incendiary breaching system. They just wanted to use C4 on the door. So this is still a really valuable experience for all of us. I'm gonna phrase this as professional as possible. You're still here? I thought you wanted to look inside. You can go first. Thanks. So the gloves, all the black. That's not a work thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends too? You should cover your mouth when you yawn. Like you cover your eye when you want to look cool. shouldn't let her get to me, but I had a late night. Emma and I were at the courthouse until well into the morning, poring over the data Sarah had taken off David's computer. We both knew it all had to be inadmissible, of course, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint that the other might find. There were a few years' worth of camera footage files we couldn't afford the time to watch, let alone decrypt, alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. As far as I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to make the matter to Barrows or the other powers that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book, but it did seem like she was making bored yawns, not thoughtful ones. Her eyes only ever lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room. When she saw what it was that she was holding when she left. If she wanted this room searched, it could only be for... So where's the journal supposed to be? Rockford didn't say. We'll just have to search the place top to bottom. Mostly bottom with your height, the top's... Christ! Mostly bottom with your height, the tops of some of these shelves. Sure, and you can look up your own ass. I get it. Why not just let me say it? Toy car? No, it's too detailed and boring. Must be some kind of model kit or replica. Strange. David didn't like driving. Why keep a model of some random sports car? Ugh. Something caught your throat, detective? It's not some random sports car. It's a Lorenz Adamant. Believe it or not, I'm not familiar, detective. The last great fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see. 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.43 seconds. They set those records without computational assistance. Is that a big deal? It was unheard of even back in the 50s. This wasn't some design competition test car with a 2-liter tank, mind you. This was a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower, and manual transmission, thank God. Ew, manual. When I first left the production line, this conversation was like quicksand, killing me in the most boring way possible. Yes, well, I guess David didn't entirely agree with you, since we're looking at a model of it. When he could have easily just have bought one. Or maybe your friend understood the beauty like that deserves to be driven on the streets where people can see it, instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement. I think she's actually upset. Oops. The Datapad is displaying a news article from last week. Guess that confirms that he was coming and going here fairly regularly. Oh. Right to Repair loses latest appeal. A higher court judge this week shot down for the fifth time an appeal by the Consumer Rights Alliance on their famously divisive Right to Repair lawsuit, once again signaling the state's intent that corporations remain in control of their legally protected intellectual property. Obviously, we're disappointed, said Miles Erkman, head of the legal counsel for the CRA, but we have no intention of giving up the fight. People used to be able to fix things when they broke, so long as they were willing to set aside an afternoon towards the task. Now trying to patch up your own property with your own tools is a finable offense, just because the state has had lobbyists whispering in its ears for far too long. Our X-Men legal strategy remains contentious and in the eyes of most legal scholars generally unfounded. The Emergency Industry Acquisitions Act passed in 2057 guarantees the holders of intellectual property patents certain state-provided protections against tampering and reproduction of and outlice fees for those who would violate said IP. The fact that ownership of ISPs has shifted from individuals to the state towards corporate entities since the Act's passing means little in the eyes of law. If Mr. Erkman and the CRA have a problem with intellectual property law, they should take it up with their representatives in the legislature. The higher courts are a place for laws that to be appealed and not rewritten. And as long as journalism that refuses to buckle to foreign actors trying to stroke anti-capitalist sentiments can't be found just anywhere. Subscribe now at the link below to read articles like this every day forever, as long as your card remains a file. Ugh. We have no intention of giving up the fight. Erkman's legal strategy remains contentious and in the eyes of most legal scholars, generally unfounded. The fact that ownership of IP laws has shifted from individuals and the state towards corporate entities since the Act's passing means little in the eyes of the law. Jesus Christ. Right to repair. Didn't realize anyone was still fighting that particular fight. Seems like the courts have made their opinion on the matter very clear, so for the foreseeable future, corporations can look forward to more. More sales than ever. Any phone that gets scratches, every widget that breaks, they get to sell us the replacement. There'll always be a gray market of hermits willing to risk some skin on reselling patched up tech, but the vast majority of people will just click that purchase button. Assuming they don't just have it on auto. Radio searches in cabinets now. Same ones I found Sarah's papers in. I doubt I missed anything, but hey, what are you? Do you mind? Just trying to help. I've got spam in my junk folder that's more helpful than you are. Didn't spot anything I missed yesterday among the cabinets. Better check elsewhere. That's an interesting painting. Are these drawers or just panels? Maybe if I... Does that sound hollow to you? What? I don't know. I'm not a carpenter. I don't see any handles anywhere. No any pressure plates or switches. What the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either. I wouldn't recognize the secret button if it was slathered in yellow paint. They got jokes for days, don't they? Sarah should have pulled everything of note off the computer, but I've looked everywhere else already. Might as well try. What are you expecting to find? Solitaire? Does this computer seem normal to you? Exceedingly so. Yeah, why? David was a programmer, but this looks consumer grade. Fresh off the shelf. Would the Dr. David assure you use a bog standard operating system on his most private hidden computer? There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's a pretty low-tech solution, but maybe I can restore the contents? Are you seriously gonna try and recover lost files, Granny? Unlike cops, I don't get paid overtime, so yes, I sometimes try things instead of standing around. There's a text file in here, but it's 0 bytes? Maybe there's information in the metadata? I double-clicked. What was that? It came from under the desk. A small drawer popped out, and inside it... a well-worn journal. Interesting. Does it have his name on it? No. Guess it belongs to the android. Do you recognize his handwriting or not? Neat. Even words. Small lettering with minimal punctuation. Lots of line breaks. Haphazard use of capitalization. The penmanship of a coder. First entry is dated back in grad school. Before he even started with Noble. Yeah, it says. So may I? Only because you asked so politely. Full scan. Stream it to WorkNet. High fidelity legibility. Frame by frame. Voice commands? She's flipping through the pages pretty damn fast. What are you? This part takes concentration. Okay, here. What? You're just giving it to me? I already got our copy. Texa probably already analyzed it as we oh shit. My head. Can't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she's curled up in agony. As much as I'd enjoy it. Guess I could always enjoy watching her writhe instead. So how long's it been? 2 months or so? And still that sensitive, so the eye patch really doesn't block your sight. Only a little bit, like wearing sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated. Except it lasts months instead of hours. Wait, but if you can see through the eye patch, then does closing your eye even do anything? Not much on its own, but in combination with the patch, it's not so bad. Luckily, I was so exhausted after the surgery, otherwise I might not have slept at all. Those first 48. So is your eye going to get weaker over time? No, more like my brains get better at ignoring it. Mind over matter. Soon enough, I'll be able to close my eye and see all the extraneous data as... you know, whatever the hell those floaty, blurry things are that you never think about. Gross. Thanks for the reminder. And voice commands. Training wheels, until I can do it with eye muscles alone. You just have to keep practicing? Yeah, like trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles. There's no such thing as tailbone muscles. Yeah, well, that's what makes it so goddamn hard. You don't ever regret it? I don't know. Not really, I think. Hard to admit you've got buyer's remorse after trading over your literal pound of flesh. Never thought about it, but people used to say I had my dad's eyes. Oh. Now I've got one less of them. Here, take the journal, and go find an elective surgeon to upsell you if you're that curious. I need to get back to work. A surprisingly hasty retreat, but now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. From the top then, grad school. Today was a bad day. Errors in line 21165 through 26643. Somewhere in there, 5,000 lines. It worked this morning, yesterday. I don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. It feels nice to put pencil to paper again, after who knows how long. But my handwriting's gotten terrible. This is too far back to be relevant. Okay, these dates here. What be from when he started his career with Noble. A lot of this isn't even really writing. Seems like snippets of code or an internal monologue, so close to code that I can't follow it. And a lot of entries about his unintentional Casanova aim. Hit a wall because someone thought it was a good idea to steal API instead of just buying it. Helen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. She's right, as she always is with company stuff. But it's still idiotic. Small people with short sight who only know how to be cheap and have no idea how to be innovative. How to be inventive. You're probably going to get a lot more out of this section than I probably ever will. At least as far as the parts that like actually stand out to me. New route for the meshing issue though. Good potential. Got approval for the big mean bastard who lives overseas. From the big Bimblo? Bumblo? Helen said we'll have to make the same pitch 12 times next week, but it's all for show. Fine by me. Already got our win. Toasted each other over some cheap vodka with cheaper office supply cups. This is the story Young told me. Western Branch's nerve analogs are finally showing potential. At their pace, it could even be profitable sometime before the heat death of the universe. Too damn big, practically tentacles, should at least be hairs. The squid, evolution can do their job better. Colette came into work for what I thought was a late lunch date. I didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. Red said that she must have been upset for a long goddamn time to blow up that big. Her texts were always sweet. I had no idea. Upset. Colette wrote man whore in lipstick across your office door. Imagine if you had actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful. The thing about Red is if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Buddy. Buddy. That's some ignore your girlfriend for 2 weeks type of stuff and then she'll come crawling back. Ignore her body language and her posture and the words she's saying and the smirk on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. If you can do that every now and then, you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. Maybe because she wants... Master this one weird trick and you two can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man whore. He's actually paying attention to her though. That's... Okay. Let me read this back by context now. The thing about... Let me just replace Morgan. Let me replace Red with Morgan. The thing about Morgan is if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Ignore her body language and her posture and the words she's saying and the smirk on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. If you can do that every now and then, you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. Master this one weird trick and you two can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man whore. It was funny. Sue me, you dead bastard. He's right, though. He's like 100% right. You pay attention to her eyes. Not her posture, not the expression that she's making, not where she's looking. You can tell her actual feelings when you look at her eyes. Wait, this is... I know this date. I'm never driving anywhere again, never leaving home again. He was waiting outside the parking garage with a bottle. I couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything. Locked myself in my car and filed another report with another cop. It soaked into the seat, ruined it. I want to burn the whole car. I don't want to think about what it did to my clothes. I want to burn them too. I don't want to think about how long it was on my skin. I was in the shower so long I felt red and raw when I got out. I don't want to think about these stupid people and their small, cruel lives ever again. I want to be invisible. Red didn't ask why I wanted to spend the night. She also didn't ask why I had clearly packed a bag big enough for a week. She's kind like that. Kind by omission. I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I can at least try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened the door and saw what a mess I was. But whatever she was feeling, it wasn't something I had recognized. Kind people don't read their friends' diaries, David. The next chunk of pages are all technical. Nothing biographical. Biography. Look for the subtle details. But the handwriting, the spacing, it's cleaner, more consistent. Here's something I can parse. Feels like pure freedom working outside the box. Test is suffocating, but you never know. Chronic malnutrition of a coder's best instincts. Like a kid again, putting blocks together. Making things, not products. There's nothing profitable about any of this. If I'm being honest, this is just play. And he follows that up with more coder brain crap. But the handwriting's still lighter. Like he really was having fun. Humility is the mother of all innovation. All invention. I don't know why I keep reading that as innovation. Or something like that. Feels like I might be paraphrasing someone else poorly, but that's part of this new approach. When it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. Don't fix what isn't broken. Copying? Double's rivals would never miss the chance to accuse them of intellectual theft. Did he plagiarize code for Animate 16? Feels like that would have gone under... That wouldn't have gone undiscovered. So what is he talking about? Hold on, this page is bent slightly, like it was being looked at recently. And the last person to read this diary should be Sarah. Baby steps today, literally. I'll never put one foot in front of the other the same again. Everything's an achievement all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle, seeing her vulnerable, it's like everything's a miracle. The muscle rigging is perfect. Not intended behavior since it's too perfect, but that's been happening more and more. The kinetics are multiplicative, not additive. Sarah maxed out every machine I bought. Now I've got a bunch of exercise equipment she's too strong for and I don't have time for. Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the test. She kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out. I should be more discreet if I want to see her normative range. So the cameras in the basement were only hidden from Sarah, just so that his observation wouldn't muddle test results? He's using she and her in these passages. It doesn't actually mean anything. Out in the real world, people use all kinds of pronouns interchangeably for ads, and they never object. But it could be argued that it's off for Dr. David Assure to have any kind of attachment to a single android when he programmed millions of them. And there's a lot of attachment in these pages. Sarah's burning through the public domain at a prodigious pace. Especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights when she doesn't eat popcorn. The event runs from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. And she also watches movies every other night. But she did that pout she does, which is unfortunately very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent, letting TV rot her brain. If I were a good parent, I'd let her see me reading. But I guess I'd actually have to get back into reading, so I asked her if she ever fast-forwarded the movies since she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done in a long time. That's really cute. Mostly because I genuinely do know, or at least knew, some people who would genuinely watch movies on Netflix at like 1.5 speed. And I just don't... I don't get it. Like, part of that definitely is like maybe ADHD. Some of it is like them not perceiving it as being worth the time. But this is also gonna pull me into being... This is pulling me into being like, yes, the art has meaning in the way that it's made. You linger on certain shots that you want. You draw out certain words. You enunciate the way that you do. You exaggerate certain motions or draw out the way that you say something to emphasize it. There's a lot of intentionality in the way that somebody speaks or does something. And especially that translates into camera shots and panning and how things are made. It's not just dead air for somebody to fast forward through. There's purpose in it. It's meant to draw you in like that. Sometimes holding on to something for 5 seconds means a lot more than holding on to it for a second and a half and then cutting away. There's intentionality behind those directive decisions. And if you just skip through it and skip past it, you're not really actually watching the movie. You're consuming it. And when you do that, then you stop really appreciating the art of it. Same thing when it comes to certain video games, when it comes to music. You can't just fast forward through everything, especially if, like, we all perceive time the same way, which hopefully we do. The way that you perceive it and the way that it's intended to be perceived in those subtle details that lays out more of what the movie's about. It's not just about this one person longing for this other person. You get that feeling for how much they want that person by how long they're looking at that person's eyes, by how long the camera focuses on their eyes, focused on them, on how long the camera has you looking into their eyes as well. It's putting you into that moment, into that feeling. It's all intentional, even down to how long those cuts are. There's a reason why movies have editors. If you could simply watch any movie at 1.25 or 1.5 speed, you miss a massive part of it. It's not content to be consumed, it's an art form, it's something to be savored, like food or drink. It's not something that you're just supposed to scarf down like fast food. It's not meant to just... It's the difference between filling your stomach and filling your heart. Even if you can understand it at higher speeds, you have to try to understand why this thing is being drawn out the way that it is, or why it is being done this way. And just rushing through it, you don't get the chance to try to even attempt to understand it in the way that it was meant to be shown. The medium is the message. The way that it is presented is part of that message. The way it's described is a part of that message. Without proper pacing, you can't appreciate the cinematography. Big pause. Don't you know that, Father? I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Sarah spent a long while this morning explaining to me how important it was she develop her senses. This was in preparation for her real argument, which was that she should be allowed to try booze. She can't get drunk. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk. But she does seem to like tasting this stuff. She tried to sound like some old sommelier? But it was just bottom shelf vodka. I started laughing at her, and she laughed too. She laughed. She can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh is incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. I assumed she had just gotten tired of winning. But then today she told me she prefers other games. She has preferences, and they're not the same as mine. I found her in the lab, playing some kind of online racing game on the monitor I used to debug vestibular coordination. She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed, and she was biting her lip and leaning in tandem with her character on the screen. When I tried talking to her, she answered, but she was curt and distracted. I think she was having her first losing tantrum. Damn it, David, there's hundreds of pages like this. Calling her his daughter, talking about her smile, treating her like a person. I can hear closing arguments already. Dr. Assure was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems, who built out of code and metal a family member that couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. He made a doll and made it more and more human until it became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he told it to. Like love him. What about the very last entry? It's dated Thursday, the day before he died. Losing it, I think. Can't ask for help, so hard to say, but I think it's over. I have to talk to her ASAP. She needs to. That's it? That's the last entry? Suppose it could be worse. There's nothing else. There's nothing in here that explicitly calls Sarah an AI. Nothing so inflammatory that reading it would spur her to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can't understand David's code better than anyone. All those technical portions I couldn't understand if she read this whole diary front to back. Wait, the back. Inside the back cover there's a portion that's shimmering like some kind of scanner. or fingerprint reader. My thumb worked for Sarah too. Did it work? That's my phone. New device requesting permission to share an audio file. I want my earbuds for this. A secret message buried in a secret journal hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room. As much as anything can be, this must be for my ears only. Hey, Red. Or whoever this may concern. But I'm pretty sure it's you hearing this. Anyone else would have gotten fed up with my crap a couple steps before this point. I don't know how to start. Might as well start with her, right? Sarah, my magnum opus, or however the salespeople would market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. It's just after my little speed bump in '83, I had that vacation time that the company suggested I take. And I couldn't relax, couldn't be still, couldn't sleep. I wanted to be doing something, so I'll build an android, was the thought. A vague direction, north. But of course, I'm not a roboticist, or mechanist, or even handy, really. I'm just a programmer, so I programmed. The first was a research assistant file name, Virgil. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments, or sister branches, saved me a lot of time. But there was a lot of reading to do, so I made Homer. Homer wrote book reports, more or less, combed through research papers and found the sections I needed. The three of us, we made a lot of progress in those days. A guide, an author, but it was a funny feeling. I was, maybe for the first time ever, at the bottleneck. I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing. I removed myself, let them talk to each other. Homer and Virgil became Enid? And Enid was novel in many ways. Enid could do more than just identify problems, it could solve them. I mean, really solve them with its own ideas. It didn't copy. And, the one thing I realized I've forgotten to mention so far is that all of this programming I did all this code programming in Cube. Tier 5 programming language commonly used in the mid-21st century robotics, intended to support robust behavior trees in low data stream environments. Cube already found itself embedded in robotics engineering. Despite having what is considered a relatively high barrier for entry into user knowledge and execution, Cube gained widespread popularity, particularly among disaffected communities in third world countries, infamously to counterfeit. Cube has not been developer supported since 2063, so he was using this more than 20 years after it was effectively defunct. Because much of its documentation was never ported from the old net due to its incompatibility with tenets, there is little to no corporate interest in the ongoing grassroots digital archaeology effort to achieve it. Wait. Cube. And Red. Cube is essentially a robotics programming language that's pretty old and defunct, and not in use anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract, which are much better for making things that talk to each other and report back and, well, spy on people and generate profit. At the time, I didn't want to be concerned or feel connected to any or do anything that made sense or was at least a bit profitable. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube because it's what I used when I was a child, screwing around on my father's computer before he'd come home from work and get... And there are other small slight differences writing Cube versus Tess, including that Cube, well, Cube predates tenets. So in that sense, you could legally and perhaps scientifically and literally, because that's what they are, say that I made an AI named Enid over 2 years ago. C++ versus Sharp. I'll give you the time to pause here if you want to curse me out. Einid was an intellectual equal to me, so I treated it like one, because that's only fair. I gave it its own work, asked its opinion, we collaborated, and together we built Athens. Who was more advanced than Einid, naturally. I don't know if you're pulling out your hair or yelling at me right now, asking why I didn't stop and why I didn't consider the consequences. I don't know if this is being played at a disposition or a hearing or worse. I built a lot of things in my life, Red. Useful things, profitable things, smart things. It's probably closer to C versus Java. Everything I've built it's all been very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say I've done my part contributing to the global GDP, but this was just for me. I was just building, and I've never bothered to. I never wanted to think about what would become of it. There's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. So to whoever's asking, yes, I'm guilty. And yes, there were more. Oh my fucking god. Cape Town, Paris, Yamate, Rome. They started choosing their own names. Thank god I'm terrible at that kind of. And so things sped up. And there got to be, well, should I not say the exact number? You'd probably tell me not to say anything at all, so... You made more than 300 AIs. Some smarter than others, some better at... They're varied, like people are varied, but they're all intelligent. They developed interests, specialties. I encouraged them to. Irritating moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attention and attending virtual conferences on Neo-Alloy about battery development. And they all together helped me make Sarah. He spent years like this. Spent years working alongside AI. All while still working at Noble? All those breakthroughs he made leading up to the Animate 16. Oh. That's bad. That's really fucking bad. You probably think I'm some terrible fraud at this point. I do hope one day they can get credit for their work. But I did have one eureka moment on Sarah, because I got humble. Difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron, a single microscopic human neuron. How it computes, what it connects to, how those connections were reinforced, and then we recreated it. We built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. Well, mirror isn't quite the right word. We built a nanomachine that was a neuron. And we iterated from there. You can't mean... About 100 billion neurons in the brain, several trillion across the entire nervous system. Very time-consuming, of course, but I had help. The nanofactory can make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours. Can make it even more in less after Yukon 5 tuned. Jesus Christ. So we built up nanomachines for nerves, alloys and polyamorph bones, fiber-woven muscles. I say built, but really she grew. A solution of nanites forming around a skeleton, so it was really closest to. You ever made rock candy? Sorry, trying to lighten the mood before I never did end up building an android. And while I did build AI, Sarah isn't one of them. She can't violate the tenet she was programmed with because she wasn't even programmed. She was born. And my hope is that there's the smallest chance that that nuance could offer her some small protection when I'm not. I'm not sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich and varied and beautiful, and I honestly believe the world is a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is that I let Sarah think she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is. They'll have to come up with new names, which I'm bad at doing. My own father, he also talked a lot about protecting me and doing things for my own good. And I don't hate him for that, but I can't forgive him for ever making me think that I was lesser. So it's my greatest shame I turned right around and did the same damn thing too. I really hope it's you listening to this, Red. If it's not, I might just be too pathetic for me too. You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. And I'm telling you all this because I don't know what Sarah is exactly, and neither does the world. So they'll come after her if they can. And in that scenario, I can't think of anyone who could do a better job of defending her. Not protecting her like I did. Just defend her until she can figure out what she is and what she wants to be. In the meantime, I draped a cloak of skin-deep Tesseract code around her that should fool any scanner on Earth into thinking she's just a custom A16. I made sure her GIN bar was plainly visible so no one will ever think she's pretending to be something she's not. And I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth in your own time. Which, if you're hearing this, have either succeeded or failed spectacularly. You have no idea. I can't ask you this as a favor repaid. You could never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes. So I'm just asking. Unfair, I know, but I'm a selfish weirdo. And you've always been okay with that. Bye for now. So his company's fucked. Like, on no uncertain terms. His company is absolutely fucked. Fuck. I don't even know where to begin with this. And a lot of swear words I'd like to yell. I'd also like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in, followed by my phone, and maybe followed by myself. But I can't do any of that. Reyes left me with this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know I was the one who did it, which would be its own admission of guilt, which would land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway, and me in a jail cell, and in the system, and my DNA on file, ready to be matched to any number of previous. So I'm not going to panic. I'm going to do what I do best. I did lean forward a little bit. Bluff, bet, bully, and brutalize my way through this. Now, viewing this all with that mindset, what have I actually learned? He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in his journal or the message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Why? The logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. If he wasn't going to take his own life, was he afraid that someone else would? So how'd it go? Well, how should I put this? Didn't find shit. Only reason she ever got to a door is because I chased that scarecrow of a platinum plant through hell and back. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for those G-Hogs? A net slang term growing in popularity amongst adolescents referring to a suspect spy or undercover member of the law enforcement, derived from groundhog and burrowing rodent known for standing erect on its hind legs when scanning its surroundings for predators. That's pretty clever. The term carries a negative connotation, with the implication being that the subject is doing a poor job of blending in or disguising their surveillance activity. Easy G-Hog spotted, who wears a blank baseball cap to a protest. And Our offices weren't listed on the building's website directory, so I had to ask the janitor. But did you find a psychiatrist's office? Sort of? They said they were, and the place that, looked the part? Why, because they have couches? She didn't get past the receptionist. Sorry, I thought because you were with the company. No, I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more. Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to be even half as useful as I am. For what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it did feel like the company in there. But ultimately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone, or just getting his CCE training recertified. Sorry. Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results. You did more than enough, both of you. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, friend. And thanks for the urgency. If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30% is the going rate in my industry. 30%? How about I take 5% off your tab instead? Tab? I'm a minor. The state pays for my legal fees. Don't they? No, they don't. Signal must have cut out. Right. Surprised it took them this long. What do you mean? You were tolerated yesterday, but because leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs. Thank you for the raid, Koyasu. I did not expect to be... This is already running up to like 4 hours, but I still want to keep going. I honestly thought that it was gonna be like one day court, like how Ace Attorney usually does their first case. But I guess that counts for episode 0 more. Still an officer of the court. On a strict timeline though, right? I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus. But they'll gladly use your they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way. There's still service passageways and stairwells. Guards that can be fooled and peons that can be manipulated. I'll use my other skill set to get around. So take mine. What? Your pass? I'll take him. I'll tell him we got our mixed ups in the bathroom or whatever. I can be a pretty convincing klutz when I need to be. I never would have guessed. But if David knew that I was endangering your career, I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble too. Besides, the one and only Dr. David Asher wrote me a new glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him. Since he kept forgetting that he already had. And who knows, maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe, like, I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective or something? You did say cops are all short. A girl with long legs could go far. You do have long legs. Honestly, Jess, I doubt they could afford you. Dawes again. Morgan, how did you get so turned around? God only knows. Luckily, I found my way here, though. It's such a relief to see a familiar face. Right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure that I should actually be talking to you without legal precedent. Oh. I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be? I see. It's not that I don't trust you or anything, it's just I think with the Sarah issue, you should do whatever you have to protect yourself, Oz. Yeah. Though, for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble. Oh, that's good to hear. No, if anything, it's the big names who are going down. Going down? The state was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood. I'm looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh. What, like fines and jail time? In the first 2 weeks, sure. Then sanctions. Can't sanction noble. We're too big to fail, too valuable to lose. You're exactly right. That's why they'll say, and that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company. I think I'm going to be sick. I just hope your board goes quietly instead of what? Scapegoating, offering up smaller names on silver platters. Full cooperation and government oversight on the surface and slaughter beneath as they clean house and rip out anyone who could testify. No one will believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the Animate 16, they can't do a recall, not at this scale. The state will make them do a flat refund. Flat refund? The losses would be... Yeah. Your board probably just wants Sarah to go away so they can focus on their fight with the state. A tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Well, if I won, that would mean Sarah's not an AI, David Assure was always on sound mind, and there's nothing wrong with Animate 16. Everyone wins. Sorry, what am I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration. Fuck. His ass is in the fire. You win. Win what? Ask away. Well, if you insist. I still... That means I missed something to ask about the tenants. What did I miss? Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI? Same as any rational company that wants to make money, they don't screw with it. Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our public that there's no risk, because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are. Because you use Tesseract. Trying to code an AI in test is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating. Your scanner shows Sarah was running on Tesseract yesterday. If the language is safe as you say, isn't that proof enough? Proof of nothing. For an AI lying to another system about the code you're running is child's play. And for an AI built by David Assure, something like that's simple would be... Better change the subject. Wait, so making an AI takes more than time and resources. It isn't an issue of funding? No, you can't just keep adding more data. The tenets underline everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you'll topple. Make it sound like building an AI is impossible, even for David Assure. Any chance you'll testify to that? It sounds impossible. But he's dead, and it sounds like he was... And it looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good. Better than you'll ever know. Okay, now I can get the tenets. So... basically, the more tenets that stack on top of each other, it becomes harder for them to maintain themselves, which is why they elect to do that, like, average of 26 that was mentioned in the other term. In the terms. So you can stack them, but you can't stack them too high without them toppling over. Noble spent months promoting the A16s as the culmination of David Assure's work. So now that the marketing line is suddenly a huge liability, can you tell me how much he actually contributed? I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but the design for synthetic motor neurons, that was the big one. The components that allow your warm androids to move realistically. I pushed the timetable for warm androids ahead by years. And yet compared to what goes on in Sarah's brain 1,000 times a second, David was only giving the company the most meager of its its private work bore. So if Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants had achieved, they would feel that he had been holding out on them. And the company, they're appreciative of his contributions? I'm sure the researchers that they overlooked by leaps and bounds weren't pleased, but the board was very enthusiastic. Yeah, too many rules and then starts, getting caught in the weeds. So would that spur them to be protective of David? Or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No, they need a strong motive to justify killing their own golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. These people, it has to be the bottom line. And the easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is compromised. I stayed up all night sick with dread at the idea. But the data just doesn't support it. The cells have been strong. And the A16 codebase was locked in over 2 quarters ago. If there were an issue, we would have caught it by now. And that would have been axed a long time ago. How many A16s are out there anyway? We just passed 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like the 14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it. You mentioned data? Yeah, practically got the spreadsheet seared into my retinas. What did you want to know? Oh, I couldn't ask about the tenants. Error reports? No. How and where are they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like? They're distributed like you would expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids. Coastal cities like ours, of course, have the most of both. And since the A16 in particular is marketed as being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside of populated centers. They can do the rural hard labor jobs, but cold models do the same work with a lot less maintenance. So whereas the A16 outperformed them, customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and adult industries. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to be blunt, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch and obedient. I'm just surprised to hear from a company employee. There are a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it. But I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening. Doesn't matter if the code is locked in, if they have a backdoor, or some way of self-learning. Damages. What we call it when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair. Oh. Very high turnover in the pink market. Hasn't stopped you from selling to them. Well, we don't sell them, not directly. But there are resellers, and the company's never pretended to be interested in going after them. Oh! This feels completely brought up because I read that thing. Are there resellers? I thought I read the right to repair got shot down again. There's been a gray market for software androids for years or decades, depending on your definition of android. Based on the sales numbers I've seen, RTR, right to repair, getting canned was barely a blip on the radar. Sorry, didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic. Huh? Me? No? I don't care. I just realized my left sock's on inside out. Damn, now I'm wondering about that myself. He bought that? What do the error reports look like? Our customers reporting a lot of issues. Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, it looks like. Batteries running out too quick, eye tracking off by a degree or two. Typical stuff? As cliche as it sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once they once they turn auto updates back on. Fuck off, Windows. So no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. This floor is basically a showroom, but you have a real factory a while south of the city limits, correct? Yeah, biggest company manufacturer complex in the hemisphere. Got any data on the shipping out of there? Anything that stands out? There's some prep work for the holiday bump, looks like. It might sound early to get started now, but we usually see... Huh? Something wrong? No, the numbers are all normal, but the data has been edited. Is that unusual? Well, this section's just a count of how many were sent where. There's not a lot of room for errors, so there shouldn't be much need for corrections. It's no problem, though. I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird. Was something added? Deleted? No, the overall sum's the same. It's just a bunch of swaps. Like here. 29FFCE-010311 taken out, returned for adjustments. 27FCDD-019634 substituted in, shipment leaves on time. 67BBTC-899543 returned to assembly for renovations, replaced by 67BBDTD-592698, shipment leaves on time. So does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dows? Replacements before shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. To spot individual unit imperfections among shipment at that stage of the process must have been someone with a lot of experience or authority, probably both. Must have? You don't know who made these changes? I can tell you they were somebody important. Small last-minute changes to which androids got shipped out. That's not very juicy on its own. That's a long ways away from explaining why someone would want to kill David. But it was hidden, and that means someone didn't want it found. Okay, thanks for sharing that data. Sure. Did you find what you were looking for? Hell if I know. Fair enough. Oh, I can ask this. I know you're convinced the tenants are safe. So how do you square that with what happened to David? There's a cat next to a dog. First answer that comes to mind. Is the dog to the left or to the right? I'd say the dog is on the right side, the cat is on the left. You might expect half the people to say left and half to say right. You might but actually their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue. Whether it's read right to left or left to right. The language they speak affects how they process information. I can understand the point he's making, that their language affects how they speak, how they think, and it does the same for machines. People can learn new languages and can change our perspective, but machines can't learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. If that android did kill David, it wasn't because a 0 returned as a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. Yeah. Unnecessarily cruel. I understand what he means, especially when it comes to, like, yeah, read left to right or right to left. But based off of what he says, based off of that statement, because English is my, like, native language, based off of what he said, I should have picked left then. But, like, actually, that's a very unique issue that I can bring up. because I have an issue when I'm reading online comics where I struggle to like figure out which direction I should be reading them from. Where I've been so used to reading manga, or at least like online comics from JP artists, where I always start at the upper right, and then I realize, wait, this doesn't make sense. It doesn't line up with how it should flow. So then I switch and see like, okay, maybe I should read it from left instead. That's why I like vertical comics a lot more. Where it's just like, okay, I can read top down. I just read up and then go down. I don't have to do this 50-50 split each time of guessing if do I start on the upper right or do I start on the upper left. But I think that says more about me and what I tend to read than anything. Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide my head in? I'd like you to take a look at this. Chemistry's a little outside my purview. What is this? A chemical found in David Assure's blood. A poison? What is it? It didn't match anything in any database the medical examiner had access to. That's crazy. Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal databanks. We don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that would accomplish. No, but this is a factory floor. You could be making baby blankets out there. You'd still have the hazardous materials around. You'd think it was something industrial? A very common way for malware attacks to happen is attackers find a way to push bad malware via auto-update scripts. As they are usually made by lazy programmers who run it as admin. Happened to CC Cleaner, for example. Interesting. I think I might understand what you're getting at. You think it was something industrial? Suppose it could be. Looks like a carbon-based narrow. Looks like it's carbon-based. Narrows it down a lot. It's not exactly. What is that? Doesn't make any sense, but it's a match for patent NOD-52345-S. A synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for use in organic and android components. Serotonin. That explains a lot. The neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system, in David's case, depressing it enough to put his life in danger. This also explains why it was a preset in his personal nanofactory. Sarah's nervous system, where 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it. So they think that was what killed him? Helen Young led the development of serotonin, didn't she? Yes, she did. I should go and ask her about this composition then. Normally someone at her level won't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago. But she does have a reputation for being very detail-oriented. That works out nicely then. They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink at 15 minutes at a 15-minute stand-up. I heard a rumor that she once said bathroom breaks are timesheet theft. Okay, I'll hold my tongue, aren't they? I'm kidding. But you should be careful about criticizing a superior when people could be listening. Good thing we've got some privacy in your office. Uh-huh. No one but the two of us listening in. Thanks for cooperating, Dallas. When the state storms the building and starts zip-tying people, I'll let them know that you were helpful. Yeah, nice joke. You are joking, right? Actually, there is one more thing I wanted to ask you. What is that? That's a very big claim. I don't even know what I did to get access to that. What? Yesterday you let it slip that you worked in consulting. I had your guard down because I'm not part of the industry. I was a consultant. They would say that they're a consultant or they're in consulting. She accused him of being a corporate spy. I don't know what I said that would... I don't know what I caught that would have opened that up. What are you talking about? When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. But just now, you called serotonin a poison. What? I just assumed if a chemical was found in a dead man. And I'm sure you've got practice answers to every logical point I could raise, so I'll just say this. Does this nervous guy bit really work on people? Keep your cool and people don't know what you're thinking. But if you act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill the silence with. Though it's not entirely an act these days. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting. 4 quarters of internal affairs, spy hunting at the Western Division. Then 8 embedded at Howe Industries. 24 months wearing different faces, answering to different names, sleeping for 1 hour at a time, with a 3D printed shiv under my pillow. My nerves are completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under. So you're a spy for Noble. Retired. You're working 6 days a week. 5.5 days a week. And in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is cushy. Generous reward for my past services. Well, you can't be that retired. Clearly no more than you're letting on. I have some old inboxes I still check. So can you tell me what the hell is happening around here? Why, I'm the one investigating David's death while your old co-workers are off twiddling their thumbs. It's that story. The soldier, the blood transfusion. Oh! Blood, not oxidant. He's finally shooting straight. Did something happen to him afterwards? Did the transfusion not last? No, there's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. There was a soldier and he did get injured. But it was on base during a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 meters away from the whole time. The transfusion was just a fortuitous life test. His life was never in any danger. Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker. Not even a good photo op, which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story, started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting over socials and virals. It was a puff piece from competitors. By the next morning, we had the military thinking we're leaking like a sieve. It was a story that got out that they didn't want, but got puffed up by their competitors to mess up their... Okay, to mess up their business relations. Meanwhile, the media's bombarding us with requests for videos and interviews and data, and the state's praising our tech with one side of their mouth while threatening to mist us with the other for getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble CCE has been slammed ever since. Trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk back the claims on without torpedoing our state contracts. It brought them too much heat. I don't know what happened to Assure, whether it was an AI gone rogue or company infighting gone too far. But I can tell you it wasn't done by consultants. That all you wanted to know? That's why. Wow. That was so important. This one article led to this entire subplot being completely open and connected to it. That's super cool. You worked in CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist, or was it all cloak and dagger bullshit? I know that office. There's some old co-workers who see them. So it's a front. They do both. He was probably getting training, and he was probably talking to someone. Sorry, not the answer you're hoping for. Hoping? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was... You okay? That's all. Unless you've got any advice. You're saying you want a consultation? Couldn't hurt, right? This company, all these companies hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them. Well, that's just business as usual for me. Where is this? Up until now, there's been a grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. We've had to use guesses and process of elimination every goddamn pseudonym, but I finally identified what the poison was. I just need to figure out how it got there, or rather who put it there. Which brings me back here. An elevator shaft somewhere under or above ground, with kilometers of concrete facelessness and bureaucratic authority surrounding me on all sides. An enemy in every cubicle and every office of every floor of this temple. Built to interpret the inscrutable divisions of temperamental oracle named share price. Back in the belly of the beast. And I feel more at ease now than I have all weekend. Makes sense. Now that I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. All that's left to do is pull the trigger. Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight. I brought my gun. And that sound just now tells me that it's playing its role perfectly. I'll never have a real use for a firearm with this much bloatware. Just by carrying it around and paying attention to when the hard security slips up. When the hard safety flips on. I always get a heads up when the police have entered the vicinity. Chuckles. That's smart. Hi, Detective Reyes. It's Morgan. Happened to get your contact info when you got me cleared for the crime scenes yesterday. Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop wasting text. How's... Just wanted to check in. Report this contact. Voice disabled. and advise you that Noble scared shitless of you stomping in and nationalizing the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents. Block this contact. What makes you think we are at Noble? My bad then. Forget I said anything. And whatever you do, don't start your investigation with their stock buyback program. Trying reverse psychology, it only works if I care what you think. Stop wasting time. Thought I'd have to ride the elevator for the next half hour. Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Deja vu. May I have a moment to speak in private? Always, but who's asking? The board. What are the chances? I've been wanting to speak to them too. Conference room 108A. Young again. Evangeline Morgan. Helen Young. Thank you for making your time in your schedule. Her posture, her tone, the fold of her clothes, professional, dialed up to 11. Corporate armor, a full set, her guard is up. Just Morgan is fine. You're just a few minutes early, Morgan. Typical corporate, never be the first one to show up, pissing contest nonsense. It doesn't even make sense. They called me in here. How could I possibly be early? Pardon me in that case. Thousand apologies, you voyeuristic rat-racing hollowheads, but I'm immune to your corporate posturing. If anything, knowing that you're all watching me right now, pretending to be busy with someone else, just makes your cowardice that much more apparent. So who exactly will be joining us? You don't have to remember their names, and it won't do you much good either. Right. So they're not just rich, they're anonymous rich. The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace in mind for any citizen who might be targeted due to their influential status. The what? The Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act is a law passed in 2059 and amended in 2016 intended to protect the safety of individuals with income above the 99th percentile of the nation. Labeled in the press as the Mob Act for its supposed goal of hindering mob justice, the PRAA establishes the procedures and funding for technology that helps individuals within that particular tax bracket keep their name, face, and address off the main net, ensuring that they and their families are not prejudiced against just because of their financial status. Economic uncertainty and civil unrest in the late 2050s led to a series of highly publicized crimes when corporate executives at a number of high-profile companies were stalked, harassed, and assaulted in net organized flash lynchings. After a particularly chaotic attack that resulted in the hospitalization of a 14-year-old, the PRAA was proposed to debate and sign into law just under 11 hours. The flash lynching case has not gone to trial since 2062, but the PRA continues to protect citizens to this day. Some economists have pointed to the PRA and its promise of anonymity as to why the nation has enjoyed a relative resurgence in corporate immigration over the last few decades, but the purposely obscured nature of the law's implementation have made the task of weighing its true economic impact effectively impossible. The very idea of something like this infuriates me to no end. Like... Like, I don't even know how to word that. I don't even know how to word this in a way that, like, is even, like... entertaining them as people. An act that specifically protects people who have more than 99%, that has like financial value above 99% of the rest of the people, that keeps them anonymous and so that they're not held accountable for anything that they do, even to the point of just like being socially like, that's like saying that like Bobby Kotick could have stayed completely anonymous and like nobody would know his name or anything about him just for having that much money. Like, you just make that much money and then you immediately get to vanish in the government's eyes by the government's own protection. That's insane. Minimum level security and peace of mind for any citizen who might be targeted due to their financial status. Get your head out of your own ass. Spoken like a true believer. Except mob act is what normal people call it. Touting the party line but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion. Or just a slip of the tongue. I've never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. But it must get pretty inconvenient not having a name to call them. Not really. Conversations with them are always one-sided. Sounds like the great environment to do business in. Look at the building you're standing in. They managed to eke out a meager profit somehow. So if it works, didn't take you for the might makes right type. And I didn't take you for a clueless bore incapable of reading the room. Sorry, did I say something off color? I was only being casual since it's just the two of us in here. Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy. Clear the air. You're here to ask about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. Asher had been building an android in his private property. And I can say here and now that no one at Noble ever suspected that he was working to undermine the tenant framework. She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words with a surgeon's scalpel. Was she coached? Is that the truth, or is that your statement as VPs of Android Futures? It's both, of course. Dr. Asher was always more than happy to hold himself up and work independently. We both know that. True. He could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches, him disappearing on you like that. Must have been especially difficult when he came back with breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry. You should take a seat. If that's everyone, shall we begin? Friendly bunch. Is there a problem with the sound? Anyone got muted by accident? No. Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. Didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate. You're investigating the death of Dr. David Asher. Why wouldn't we take that seriously? Because you want me to go away. At least half of you do. The others aren't sure yet. You must be confused. The board is, as always, united in its decisions and its vision for the direction of this company. A board of directors is just 13 roulette-rolling psychopaths. Psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. But I happen to know what that kind of person thinks. The way I see it, there are two possible outcomes. Option 1, you oppose me. Shut me up completely, stonewall me, stall me, and wait for me to walk into trial so I'm prepared and ill-informed that I inevitably lose. Obviously, I don't like this option. But you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, the world will learn that David Asher was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had and every lawyer that they've ever seen on TV and every firebrand strapping young 60-year-old junior senator looking to make a name for themselves will use your company balance sheet as their personal chew toy. The company is more than capable of, after which the state might just gobble you whole and throw down enough sanctions to de-person whoever among you cries no fair. The company and its allies at the capital can more than fend for themselves. Yes, probably, but not definitely. What makes it a gamble? Still, my turn to talk? Then on to option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge for me, to win the trial, proving that David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow morning, you'll all get another round of stock buybacks on the initial dip. Then pat yourselves on the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off David's legacy for the next 100 years. And you won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn. That's only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed by, and the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic. Yeah, it's a gamble. But if at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it, I wouldn't be here. We're all busy people, and I'd hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends, so how about this? Option 3, hedge your bets. What? Put a little on black, put a little on red. Spread the love and lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements about the trial. Tell the media that the state's got your windpipe in a vice. Wait until just before the markets open Monday morning to send your PR packages for rubber stamping, after you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day, and you'll never hear from me again. So just don't shut me out completely for another few hours. And does anyone second that motion? Very well. We can answer some of your questions, Counselor. Better make them count then. No reason to be shy now. Very old Skype slabs. What was Morgan's first name again? Evangeline? The poison that killed David Asher has been identified as serotonin. You're familiar? It's one of their many patented materials, as I recall. You recalled it pretty easily yesterday. Gee, what's changed? The intellectual property law can be very complex, Counselor. I'm not sure how much I or anyone at the company could tell you about serotonin at this time. Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you? Yes, I oversaw the project, which makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising confidentiality of the teams that reported to me. I understand. That sounds like bullshit, and I don't believe it. But I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his blood. Serotonin is what killed him. The state will say the same. It's not possible. Care to elaborate? I'm sorry, but I can't say any more at this time. So much for cooperating. And if I were to ask you as an officer of the court, then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. ADA Rockford has already called me to testify. Already? Damn it, I got cocky because the cop's late arrival. Emma must have gone straight to the throat first thing in the morning. I left the investigation for later. Hell, knowing her, she probably managed to ID the serotonin before she went to bed last night. So are we still having this conversation? So are we still having this conversation then? As I said, I'm sorry. But I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. There's a great deal at stake. Corporate speak, for you're too stupid to understand why I'm being dense. She's just trying to shield the company, plain and simple. LARPing as Helen Young de Arc on a crusade against the government overreach. But if she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her and not her lawyers? That's right, this is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this, not unless she was forced to. So that's it. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. This is a punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her, perhaps even suspicious of her. Time to find out why. She's the only one here actually in person. Has David Will's been located? It had never gone anywhere, so safely in the deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have read it once all the unknowns surrounding his death have been made into knowns. So David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet. It might not be for weeks at this rate. It's not calculated though. Aren't you dragging your feet? Afraid that there's something in that will you'd rather not have see the light of day? You're not jealous in-laws who've been bribing the county sheriff counselor. Anything we try to claim would inevitably be overturned as soon as the will is read. So if it's not the will... Whatever else the course ends up labeling her, Sarah's a remarkable lifelike android. Had things worked out differently, you might have wanted her as your A16 poster girl, or A17, or 18. Could have driven a lot of sales, her cute little pout projected across the sides of skyscrapers. A hypothetical of a hypothetical. As has been made tragically obvious to all that Android is nothing like the A16, that may yet be associated with our product going forward is nothing more than a massive liability. You wouldn't have the A16 without her, and if they could take her apart and learn from her, they could have the world. So was the motive to try and pry Sarah away from him? There's no evidence that they would have known what Sarah was. I have to admit, I'm surprised you aren't more shaken up today, Miss Young. I'm processing. After all, you and David have a history. You started at the same time, didn't you? Yes, we were colleagues and cordial with one another. David Asher and Helen Young started at Noble at the same time and position. They would often toast their hard-won victories with cheap liquor and plastic cups in ceremony in commemoration with their first big win. A glass of water found in the sink of David Asher's kitchen bears Helen Young's DNA and fingerprints, no trace of any poison. Don't be so modest. You helped them create the one-point doctrine that saved the company. That is a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organization to be affected by the contributions of any single individual. Suppose you're right. No one could change Noble's fortunes overnight. Except for David Asher, of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose for the advertisements and the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have equated the two of you. I just hope his one-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favor now that he's gone. Yes, well certainly we wouldn't want that. She didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There's real jealousy there, whether it ever boiled over though. I didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his standing inside Noble as a whole. David Asher was and always will be an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Nothing will ever change that, not even if he was killed by one of his own creations. That would of course be a tragic element that would call for reconsideration of his legacy. Like she was surprised when you asked me about Sarah ruining his reputation. Besides Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once, did he? That's... Unless I'm mistaken, he and Noble were on bad terms. In that case, I might get the impression that some parts of the leadership were actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard. That is not... Something buzzing in your ear? Fine. I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now or at the trial or on your feet tomorrow. Dr. David Asher was being sued by the company for breach of contract. Satisfied? Now we're talking. Well then, I suppose that's... I'm getting a lot better at those. So you couldn't mention this breach of contract earlier? Not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily, no. There's no hiding it at this point. It'll all come out soon enough. There's a paper trail. Much more than that. They'd be making moves to let him go for some time. Noble Electronics parting ways with David Asher. Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. What did he do? He betrayed the confidence of the board. Was he contesting the suit? Putting up a fight? Engaging in legal battles against a mega corporation without even telling me? Until recently, yes. You mean until he died? How recently? We spoke on Friday. That was what you two talked about in his parlor. No, this was earlier today. We were in his room, actually. Him, me, and several members of our legal department. It was an arbitration. And did you come to an agreement? A compromise. He would resign from his position in 2 quarters, foregoing royalties of any products we would develop after the next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited on all past, present, and future filings. Not very reasonable. On paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David is insanity. Reasonable, yes. We ended on a good note, I like to think. We shook hands, even took a photo. Yeah, that looks... lovely. Something funny. Didn't know the board took jokes. They don't. That was legal. Expressing their displeasure with how much paperwork my good note ending left them stuck with. Children. There was just one night of overtime. So while they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink dry, you paid a visit to David's penthouse. Something left unfinished? Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But Dr. Asher did not want to retire. He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one when he had contributed so much. I didn't enjoy doing that to him, so I came over that night to apologize to him. We talked, reminisced. When he brought out the drinks, I thought he'd be toasting it to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Because of that AI. That AI. Any idea how it came to be? As I said, I had no idea he was working on it. My question was more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenets? It's quite beyond my area of expertise. No one at the company could call themselves an expert in illegal technology, but some in the R&D department have theorized that he created what they call a wax-wane decaying priority loop, which as I understand is an unstable, resource-intensive theoretical method for pseudo-randomizing the weight amongst present preset tenets. About as off target as it gets with that, I guess. But that kind of inelegant brute force nonsense seems a far cry from the kind of thing David would create, and I seem to have taken so far a lot of time slot. I didn't even get to wave goodbye. You're serious about this trial. Don't I look it? You're not just making a play. You're actually going to defend that thing. I'm just defending myself, Miss Young. Ah, yes, of course you are. My mistake. I hope you might be rooting for me, to tell you the truth. I might yet save everyone's stock options. The stock options will be alright either way. They always are. At gamble I offered your board. Which outcome would they bet on? Would you bet on? Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is that whatever the outcome, the company will eat it up and shit it out with very little difficulty. You painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future. And it's just another marketing gimmick. The great doctor is sure too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. What spark of his genius remains buried in the inspired Animate 19? I guess that depends on... You're exactly right. He is more valuable to Noble as a dead man. Dead men can't step out of line, or put their foot in their mouth, or hold politically inconvenient opinions. To a good salesperson, a dead man is just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. It's been a very long week for me. I'll let you prepare for your afternoon then, Dr. Young. No one calls me doctor. I asked them not to. You didn't want the title? At times I have thought very little of it. The PhD I earned from a Noble-owned school. Biochemistry. It couldn't have been a large department at Noble before they started work on warm androids in earnest. They probably didn't have any expectations for the program back when she was part of it. But I was proud of it when I first got it. Something changed. It never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, so eventually I told people not to use it. A very high IQ social power play, you understand? David never insisted that people use it either. That's very different. I think you know it. David sure didn't have to. Here it is. I'm going into this trial, my trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. I'm beginning to form a picture of what actually happened, maybe even circling the drain on the suspect. But Emma won't be generous enough to give me breathing room. She'll want to end this fast. Maybe if I do badly enough, it'll flip her sadistic switch and she'll want to keep playing. So you get charged with owning an AI. First time you do something exciting in your whole life. And I gotta find out through the grapevine. My life is plenty exciting. Freckles. You could bore the polish off a resume checking robot. I have Catholic school teachers with more active nightlights than you. Okay. So who'd you rope in? Anyone I know? Oh shit. Are you presenting yourself? Representing yourself? Fits within my budget. Screw your budget, you're going to jail. Thanks for the vote of confidence. It ain't a matter of how good of a lawyer you are. Anyone who represents in court has a fool for counsel. You represented yourself countless times. Not for anything I had the chance of losing. Your pal hasn't even been dead 48 hours. You're too close to this. You'll make mistakes. The powers that be really didn't want to give me a rain check. They're taking this very seriously. It's more dangerous than that. They're scared. Is there precedent? An ad committing murder? How'd you pass law school without learning how to look this stuff up? I know what the net says. I'm asking you. The answer to that is... not helpful to you at the moment. So what words of advice do you have? Get yourself a new lawyer. Gonna close this chat now. Don't lose Freckles. You don't need to tell me that. What are you reading, Adonai? I was reading David's employment contract with Noble Electronics before I got waylaid by spam texts. The one we found inside the panic room? It looks quite extensive. Should I skim it for you? Depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke? You comfortable? I am not. Ever seen that old movie with the gorilla and the skyscraper? They bring it to the city inn. I understand the analogy, Adonai. I wish I could call it overkill. But considering the specs Sarah's put up yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Come to think of it, those numbers must have been faked along with the rest of what the machine read. If that was all smokescreen David added to help her lay low, then her actual strength is more like... If your joints weren't currently locked up tighter than a vice, do you think you could escape this place? I hope that question is not indicative of your strategy. Is this me trying to distract you, Sarah? Enjoy the hypothetical. I would estimate that the building's automated security would put 9 holes in me before I reach that door. 9's not so bad. I would not be able to function after the 7th. Ah. Well, if you haven't been planning some great escape, I would not do that. That would be illegal. And you would still be on trial. I remember. So what have you been doing all day then? I'm attempting to recover memories from Friday. You can do that? It is not dissimilar from the process of recovering data erased from any other computer, despite the difference in scale. I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I can recall individual pieces of information that could prove useful. That's a lot of coulds. I mean, if you're successful, you might not like what you find. Whatever happened that day, either you or David wanted you to forget it. Yes. But even so, I have to remember. Because it's the last day that Father and I... Any luck so far then? I can recall a slightly musty scent. Wow, case closed. What about you, Adonai? Have you formulated a plan for this trial's proceedings? Something like that. Young insists that serotonin is what killed David. I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died. So she's lying? And if she repeats that lie in the stand, I'll need to expose it. Somehow. Somehow. Would she really commit perjury to protect Noble? To protect one of Noble's patents? She doesn't strike me as quite the corporate zealot she makes herself out to be. But you believe that she had something to do with Father's death. What do you think? I don't know. I don't know why anyone would kill Father. Considering the possible consequences of what he confessed to in his journal, I can think of. But then again, I don't understand why anyone would kill anyone. Do you? Bells tolling for thee. Means that the doors to the courtroom are unlocked. Let's... Wait, can you walk like that? Aww. Waddle will have to do. Wait a sec. Across the hall, that's... Porter? Keep waddling, Sarah. I'll catch up. As you say, Adonai? This'll be a coin toss. You're not surprised to see me. I'm not surprised you'd want to see the outcome of this trial. I'm surprised you'd want to talk to me. You're defending the android, right? He would not like it if I was clever. He wouldn't like it if I was direct. No. He'd like it better if I was straight shooting. Yeah. I'm defending Sarah's innocence. I don't think she killed David. Do you? I don't think. I don't think it matters. Noble is what killed David. Whether it was with a pen stroke or a sleeper agent, killer android, or plain old goddamn arsenic, How could anyone that smart be that dumb? Why the hell did he ever sign his soul over to them? David may have been in over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator. I've read his contract. His position was strong. You're the lawyer. But a guy like me working in music, can't tell you how many people I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. No such thing as corporate generosity. If you think you're getting a good deal, it's only because you don't know how much you just sold. How much you just sold. David's real wealth lied in his intellectual property. The potential energy of it hanging over the whole industry. If he sued even 1% of the companies taking inspiration from his Turing solution. There's a clause in his contract. If Noble ever did fire David, he would have retained control over all his patents afterward. Yeah, see? That sounds nice. Only they never did fire him, did they? They would have more incentive to kill him then. He just so happened to die. An unforeseeable act of God. In contract law, they call that force majeure. Yeah, no. So Noble has the motive. I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract that night? A few things, yeah. Basically, David was well taken care of, as long as they kept him around. And he retained control of his patents even after being let go. But what Porter said, logically, if David were to pass while still employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. So if they knew David was going to leave in a year, it'd be very foolish of them to let Father go. Well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. With this contract, he could only be fired for serious offenses, corporate malfeasance, revealing trade secrets, fraud. Father is not a fraud. He was, as they say, the greatest of all time. Fraud just means lying to the company about something, Sarah. Oh. Eyes up. Showtime. Quick review of the evidence. Everything else is still the same. Logs detailing shipping information for several thousand different Animate 16 worm androids sold by Noble Electronics for the last few months shows a number of individual models being swapped out before shipping. The data shows signs of being tampered with, or at least edited fairly recently, something only employees at Evan Dawes level or above could do. A substance found in the bloodstream of David Assure after his death has many similarities to the chemical makeup of a depressant drug produced by Noble Electronics as a patent-protected synthetic neurotransmitter, a key ingredient in every warm android they manufacture. Arbitration. David Assure met with Helen Young and a team of Noble lawyers to set the terms of his resignation the afternoon before he died. Young set the meeting and controlled every aspect from the refreshments to the timing, in line with the co-worker's description of her detail-orientated personality. A binder containing David Assure's full text of David Assure's employment contract with Noble Electronics. Details of the term of his employment include the following. David would keep ownership of his patents if terminated. David couldn't be terminated without serious cause. Serious cause includes only fraud or worse. Fraud as defined, manipulating company data. Ooh, it's Barrows. Counselor Morgan, the state charges you with possession of contraband. Contraband? That'd be you. In violation of the Safeguard Our National Digital Security Act. How do you plead? Not guilty. Muttering. Very well, since it seems that we are in fact doing this. I'll now turn over the administration of this trial to Adjutant. But be warned, any attempts at stalling or muddling this issue and I'll step in and override the trial myself. Summary judgment siding with the people. Are we understood? Yes, Your Honor. Are we going to have the same adjutant as we had before? No way. Each courthouse only has so many bodies, but the personality swapped around all the time. So the chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are... To be back, did y'all miss me? forget I said anything, I'll just crawl under a rock and die while you make your opening statements. I love her. The defendant is the owner of the android registered under the model name Sarah, with license number 12029280. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will. So the question of ownership is already answered. That remains is to determine whether Sarah qualifies as contraband. It's a charming android, incredibly well made, a masterpiece, and a last-known work of a great man. But when we look at the evidence and facts surrounding the death of Dr. Asher, we're forced to conclude that said android is responsible for his death. And that conclusion carries very serious implications. I'll provide here in court today that the machine standing there killed David Asher, not through an accident or mismanaged dosage, but through an intentional poisoning. I won't ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentience, its range of emotion, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask that the court judge this creation on what we will prove to be more than capable of: patricide. Woof, wouldn't want to have to follow that act. But go for it anyway, defense. Your Honor, what the DA said is true. What did she just say? Did she admit to it? Sorry, just the first part. This android is charming and is the work of a great man. The rest of it was pure speculation based on little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new. I do own the android you see here. It was bequeathed to me by a man known to most of the people in this courtroom as the father of modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just my friend. And if I thought at any point that this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. But I don't believe that. I never have. Sarah is an android, nothing more. It isn't capable of homicide, and it didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities are projections, nothing more. And it troubles me greatly that the state is spending valuable time and resources on rushing to pulverize Dr. Asher's last known work. And it could be going after the real, very human forces that were responsible for his death. Is she serious? Is she talking about Noble? The people can't prove that Sarah is an AI. And truth be told, I can't prove that it isn't. But I can prove that it's not guilty. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Chills. You sounded very confident, Adonai. Yeah, well, no one ever got good at lying by being modest. Could have simply said thank you. Thank you for your presence here, Detective London. In light of the new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. Asher one more time. What happened Friday night? At 6:30 p.m., David Asher spoke on the phone with his lover, and the two of them broke things off. Lover? It's an accurate description of their relationship, isn't it? I wouldn't know. That stuff's private. I don't know. Then the deceased met with Noble VP Helen Young in his parlor starting around 7:30 p.m. Then he left the parlor, and the sightlines of his home security system, before reappearing on his private second security system in his basement moments later. At which point the android Sarah can be seen handing him the poison he'd go on to drink. Do you see that android in the courtroom? Yeah, she's the green-haired one that's frowning at me. Let the record show that the android Sarah has been identified at the scene of the crime. No objections. None? Then why'd I even show up? Detective London, what happened next? Asher went upstairs and shared a drink with Miss Young. Within a few minutes, he was being airlifted to the hospital, where he was soon declared dead. We know that the poison could be produced by his manufacturer, which Sarah had access to just up the stairs to his workshop. So Sarah had ample opportunity to produce the poison, and Sarah handled Dr. Asher's cup immediately before he did. Is there a question on that statement, Your Honor? I'll rephrase. Was anyone else handling Dr. Asher's cup before he died? No. I have no further questions. So that's your witness, counselor. He wasn't lying per se, but there was some ambiguity in the statements he gave. Truth's gotta come out one way or another. If Emma won't push, I'll have to pull. There's the toxic screen, the basement footage, and the whiskey. Isaac Porter broke up over the phone. Then at 7:30, Helen Young arrived. They spoke briefly, and then he went downstairs to get drinks for them. Cameras in the basement show Sarah handing him the cups and the whiskey. So after he came back to the parlor, he started drinking. It wasn't long until he lost consciousness and died. Drinking poisoned whiskey while he thought he was having a toast. Incorrect! The whiskey was not poisoned. Huh? Toxic screen. No, because she didn't give Chemist Basement Show handing him the cups and the whiskey. She only handed the cups. The whiskey wasn't poison. She only handed him the cups, not the whiskey itself. Check the footage again, Detective London. We only see Sarah handing the victim a cup. He had already retrieved the whiskey himself. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Detective London wasn't being specific enough, Your Honor. But it matters little since David's cup, not the whiskey bottle, was poison. Weird flex, but okay. The undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave. True, she did call David back. And handed him a cup of poison? She didn't, though. We don't have evidence the cup. We have no proof that the cup wasn't poisoned. She's wrong, but I can't fight her on that. But I can't say that was logical. I'm losing 9 per each too. These are gonna get like really high. She only handed him the cup. If the cup was already poisoned, don't you think would have noticed it wasn't empty? Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily. The lethal dose could have been quite small. If it were just a droplet, he could easily overlooked. For Sarah, this crime was very simple. There was too little to the plan for anything to go wrong. When she handed it off, she had to wait for him to drink from his cup. Is that all she'd need to do? I disagree with that. If it was just a droplet, he could have easily overlooked it. For Sarah, the crime was simple. There was too little to plan for anything to go wrong. When she handed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink from his cup. No. Yeah, she doesn't know. Because where is it? Because from the toxic screen, there's only 20 milliliters inside his body. Yeah, there's only 20 milligrams in total. But that was only detected in the bloodstream. But this comes down to what the serotonin specifically did. It shouldn't have been enough. It would make it a precedent, but would it be that much to kill him? If it was that much to kill him, it would have been too much. Like, for a depressant to have that much of an effect on you, especially for its potency, it would have to be extremely high. Not a great plan if that was really Sarah's move. She gave him 2 cups. How could she have known which cup David drank from? Yeah, there was no guarantee that she would have known which cup. There are a few ways to go about it, but it's only a 50-50 shot, counselor. Stranger things have occurred. You're really grasping at straws. There's absolutely no way that she would have known which one he would have drank from. Because Young's cup was completely unaffected. Yeah, there's no marks, there was nothing on either cup. Because they're stacked together. Yeah, no, it's too risky. There's no way that she would have known. Don't try and bluff me, Rockford. There was no difference between the cups. It's not a bluff. Sarah handed the cups to him in one stack, with the poison hidden in the bottom cup. She knew David was courteous and would pour for his guest first. So he wouldn't even look into the poison cup until it was already pouring. That's hypothetical. She was luring me in with those easy answers and I fell for it. I'm mad because I was reasoning the same thing too, but I'm like that. I was reasoning David being courteous, like, yeah, he would probably take the top cup and give it to his guest, and then he would take the bottom one. But you can't guarantee something like that. Now, are there Are there some questions you'd like to ask the detective while he's available? Or are you done already? It's just about to get started. And if I don't have questions, I mix them up to spite you at this point. But I can do better than that. What can I get London to say that would help my case? What can I get him to say that would help me? Detective, do you know how many violent incidents the city's police have investigated in the last year? Not the exact number. Thousands, though? Yeah, around there. And of those thousands of incidents of violence, do you know how many of them were found to be the fault of an automated dependent? I believe there's been 6 in the last 5 years. Were all 6 of them incidents of police license ad-involved brutality? Relevance, Your Honor? Withdrawn. I don't need to ask that tenant one. Tenants were first adopted in the field of computer science. Since then, the number of supported tenants has ballooned to 113 at most. Most of them requested by lobbyists and insurance companies. Tenants are well known for their decision-making time lag for programs. This, combined with their engineered inflexibility, has made such that most programmers aim for a tenant limit of below 30. After the decision reached and people will assist defense contractors in a resulting widespread adoption of automated dependents and military and security services, this is no longer required, though Tenant 0 may still be added to particularly benign or mundane software as well as good luck charm. Said tenant dictated that the following program could not produce outcomes that would result in harm to a living person. Originally, the one tenant that could not be removed from any program was Tenant Safety 0. But after the decision was reached in People vs. Volstead's defense contractors, the resulting widespread adoption of automated dependence in the military and security sectors, this is no longer required. So there is not a guarantee that any tenant protecting humans is necessary. So it would be irrelevant. In their capacity as assistants to the police force, are androids ever asked to commit acts of violence? Yeah, I guess so. They could push people, restrain them, harm them. And does that constitute a violation of their tenants, harming the people they're supposed to protect? Well, as I understand it, there may be some complex weighing math that goes into it, but it's not like breaking any tenants. For that to be the case, it'd have the tenant 1, right? I mean, no injury or thought, yeah, a through inaction lead to blah blah blah. Yes, I suppose that would be the case, wouldn't it? Excuse me. This is dangerous. I either press on the ad-involved crime because Tenant Safety 0 isn't mandatory. But pressing on this might be my only option. I'd rather press on this first than do the Sarah in the footage, because I don't think he'll say anything there that'll help me. As an aside, detective, do you know how many tenants are recognized in this country? 110. 112 as of this year. Couldn't you have given me that one? Do you know how many of those tenants pertain to protecting humans from harm? That I do know. 41. And lastly, detective, how many times in the last century have we seen automated dependents break their tenants? 5 times. It's the agreed upon number. So if you were to tally that up and try to make an evaluation as a police officer charged with protecting civilians, overall, would you say that the automated dependents in general are how dangerous to the public? Witness is not an expert on automated dependents, Your Honor. He's more than qualified to say whether they have history of violence, Your Honor. What the heck, let him answer. I have to say that they are not dangerous. Only that would have brought me some doubt with the jury, but this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say that I shored up my own confidence. Detective, in the footage we saw, could you see what Sarah was doing? Not exactly, no. Her back was to the camera and her hands were obscured. Could you see her hands from the other clip of the camera footage retrieved from the basement? No. Did you or anyone else participating in the investigation ever see Sarah putting anything in David Escher's cup? No. The footage submitted to the record is the best available view of what happened. I do not need a push on this. If I pushed over that, I would have busted. I need to make back some coins. Make back some chips. I believe I've made my point. I have no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. Then we can move on to the next item on the docket. Looks like Emma wants to introduce some new evidence. I call Sarah to the stand. The android? Can she even do that? Approach, Your Honor. You're approaching me. I believe that is me they wanted to speak with. I didn't even get to finish my line. Now then. What the hell are you doing, Rockford? Took the words right out of my mouth. I have questions for the android. This seemed like the best way to get answers. You can't call an android as a witness. It's not a person. There's plenty of procedure for it. Ads provide testimony all the time. Not when they're on trial. Sarah isn't on trial. You are. Sarah's accused of being an AI. That means you don't trust the word out of its mouth. If the witness isn't to be trusted, the court can decide that for itself after hearing your testimony. By the ambush. Why'd you list this as entering evidence, D.A. Rockford? Only people can be witnesses, Your Honor, and ads don't have legal personhood. Evidence seemed like the best, worst descriptor. You're skirting the line. You know, I can't make an android swear an oath. Rockford is trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honor. The more this court treats Sarah like a person, the more you'll see her as a human, and the weaker my case becomes in your eyes. Nice try, Counselor. But we don't have time to worry about my impartiality. You're free to call for a minstrel if you want, but the state will have turned Sarah to slag before you even finish signing your motion. Rockford's calling a witness that is blatantly hostile to her case. If the witness is hostile, so be it. He did kill a man after all. Allegedly. What about the right to avoid self-incrimination? Who's the one treating Sarah like a person now? Androids don't have rights. Damn it! The android will take the stand. Your Honor. I've made my decision. And if Sarah refuses to take the stand, are you going to charge it with contempt of court? If the machine won't talk, you'll have to make every effort as its owner to ensure that it does. And if it disobeys you, then we'll have our answer about its sentience right then and there. Yes, Your Honor. Shit. What's going on? The DA is going to question you on the stand. What? But I shouldn't... Listen to me. You don't have a choice right now. This is happening. Tell the truth, but be concise. The more robotic, the better. Yes or no's only if you can. Would using affirmative and negative be laying it on too thick? But Adonai, if I make a mistake, all these people, they want to destroy... If you make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you. Understand? Yes. You're the android identified as Sarah, correct? Yeah. Affirmative. Do you deny that this camera footage shows you handling a poison cup? Objection, it remains to be seen whether the cup itself was definitively poisoned. Yes, yes. Sarah, do you deny handing the cup to David Escher? Negative? I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm nor deny it. Do you have any reasoning, any excuse for your actions? for failing to notify police of crucial information? I do not have any records from that day, so I never had anything to tell anyone. Very well, counselor. The journal, if you will. This could be a slaughter. Of course. Did you recognize this item? It's a journal that belongs to Dr. David Asher. I've seen him write in it on many occasions. And have you any knowledge of its contents? You don't have to answer that, actually. Tell the court what you see here in this footage. I see myself reading the journal in the basement. This footage was captured on Friday, the day you claim to have no memory of. So regardless of what you do or do not remember, we know that you read this journal hours before David Asher died. That is logical. I'd like you to read some passages from it for the court. Can you do that? Of course. Page 283 to 10th line. Sarah is growing faster than I ever expected, beyond my wildest dreams or fears. Today she... Continue, please. Today she broke every password I have in the house. She said she was curious. I can't expect to keep things from her forever. Page 251, line 12. I've gravely underestimated the scope of things. Sarah could change everything, and I don't think I could stop her. He wasn't... Page 263. Damn it. If this keeps up, Sarah's gonna fall into pieces up there. I can't make her read that. I can't let her just read that. She'll start crying. I can't. Badgering, Your Honor. Badgering what witness, counselor? I'm just making the android do some simple tasks. I think Sarah was angry today. When I came back from work, she had ripped the Zen ally plate in half. She said she was testing her strength with the cameras. That was page 267. Sarah. Sarah scared me today. She starts bawling on the sand. It's all over. Your Honor, I fail to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. Dr. Asher was worried of the experimental android he was building, as any good scientist would be. That's been established. Do the people have a counter-argument? I have just one last question, if it pleases the court. Let's hear it. This footage was captured at the basement on Friday at around 5:30 p.m. Tell the court what you see. I see the court standing where I was when I read the journal, and speaking to someone who's off camera, and I appear agitated, and I stomp my foot. That's what broke the tile. And what happens to the floor after you stomp your foot? A large crack is made that vulcanized polymer. And I walk off camera towards whoever I had been speaking to. Speaking or shouting. Asked and answered. Not really, but I'll withdraw the comment nonetheless. Your witness, counselor, or evidence if you prefer. I knew she could cherry pick all the worst passages from the journal, but still, her brows wasn't wavering before. Should I try to have Sarah read the mushy parts? No, the waterworks would start out only after a few lines. I went to all the trouble to show how emotionally developed Sarah is. Proving that she loved David like a father would be playing right into her hand. What do you say, counselor? Got some burning cues for the android answer? Yes, Your Honor. Just one moment. And the one for emotion and impact was devastating. So all I can do is focus on the facts. So let's flip this around. Say Sarah's absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did she call him back on his way down to the ways out of his basement? Wait, that's... I'd actually like to ask you to read from the journal again, Sarah. You would? From where? From the section that explains what you were actually trying to do that night. The section on his journal detailing... The section... what? Early entries described how he and Helen Young used to drink cheap. Later entries detailed series like grades and dose well. Last entry ends abruptly, dated a week ago. What exactly is she trying to aim for? That's the key. Wait! It would be his early career! Cause why else would she know about the solo cups? They always celebrate with solo cups, but Sarah wouldn't know anything about that unless she read that. That's either his early career or his newfound fame. It had to be early career. Because newfound fame was when he was getting paranoid. How he made Sarah was during his break. Look around the early section. There should be an entry talking about an early victory at Noble. Relevance? The people will see in just one moment. Thank you for the raid, Vice. In the middle of an admittedly kind of tense legal argument. Got approval from overseas. Have to make a pitch again this week, Young says. Brought me a stack of plastic cups. Here's to a bright future together. And then on this next page, another victory for the young and sleepless. Helen convinced the president of Futures over lunch that my code should be the basis to animate 13's conversational tracking. She insisted on toasting the same crappy booze and same cheap cups. Yes, her reading that was the only reason she would have known about the red solo cups and how they used to celebrate. Wants to make a tradition. Plastic cups and liquor. A ritual between Helen Young and David Asher, who were about to have a drink together Friday night. Something you want to say, counselor? Let's put all our cards on the table, shall we? You want to compare theories? If you'd rather I end this now, I'll be happy to oblige. Here's what we know. Sarah read the journal and discovered what she was. It infuriated her and she wanted revenge for being kept under her maker's thumb. That very night, she got her chance when David Asher came down looking for a drink. So like the clever little helper she is, she offered him a cup of pingada. We're completely in agreement on all that. So you also agreed that the cup was poisoned, and that Sarah is responsible for his death. Not quite. It's not a bad explanation, Miss Rockford, but it is terribly complex. There's a much simpler reasoning for why Sarah did what she did. I'm dead certain on this. I have to bet higher. I need more coins. I need more chips. The story from the journal, you're saying Sarah wasn't planning anything. Sarah was just being considerate. She's so sweet. But I don't follow it like at all. It's actually quite simple. Sarah's not an AI. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out she was being spied on. A realistic reaction for an android designed to be realistic. David Asher said her memory to be cleared himself because he wanted to preserve the experiment he was running. Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab. And she didn't subtly manipulate David into drinking from only one of two cups. Because the android read the whole journal that day. Meaning she also read how David and Young used to celebrate. And so, when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgic cups, she called him back and handed to him. Simple, right? Simple enough for me. But that's not nearly a good enough answer for me. What's more likely, Miss Rockford? That a well-made, clever android proposed a sentimental addition to two friends' evening, Or that a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital abilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme just to kill an unimposing man. All on camera, mind you, before voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe. People make all kinds of stupid decisions when they commit crimes, Counselor. We shouldn't expect an AI to act much differently. Is it stupid or dangerous? Can't have it both ways, Your Honor. You can if it's ignorant of its power and still immature. A deadly trait to have in an AI that's capable of anything. Shall we see what Sarah's capable of then, Your Honor? What? You can't be. Your Honor, that's... The people open the door. True, and I can't resist the open doors. Let's do it. What are you even... Sarah, David Usher was your creator... and your designated owner, correct? Should I still be using affirmative? And now that title falls to me. Yes? Great, thank you. Now turn off. What? Shut down. That's a command. Simple as that. Power on. What are you? Off. On. I don't know, I don't... Off. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what this fearsome machine menace is capable of. I can put it to sleep with one word. So how could David Assure ever be threatened by it? Scary good logic. You've made your point, Counselor. Let's move it along. I have no further questions for the machine, Your Honor. Thank you. For flipping you off and on. Can't imagine that was comfortable. It wasn't. But I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday, I've been searching for an answer to why I appeared on that camera. I know I would never hurt Father, but you helped me prove that to myself just now. Adonai? Pardon me, I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness. The people call Helen Young to the stand. Perfect. Now it can get a lot more interesting. Helen Young, Vice President of Android Futures at Noble Electronics, Eastern Division. Miss Young, you were there the night David Assure died. And you were on camera the entire time. That's correct. So what did you see that night? I arrived at 7:30 p.m., just as you know. Dave and I talked in a parlor, then he left to retrieve some refreshments for us. After drinking together for a short while, he felt ill. I contacted emergency services and I'm sure you're all tired of hearing the same details over and over by now. The same details over and over aren't going to hold up anymore, Madam Veep. It's still unclear to me whether Young's more concerned with protecting herself or the almighty company. But I'll clear up real fast if I can turn the pressure on her here and now. Journal? Arbitration. Young's story. Came to David's at 7:30. True. We chatted for a short while about some low-priority work, nothing heavy. That is bullshit. Before long, he offered to fetch us some refreshments. When he came back, we shared a drink together. At that time, I didn't notice anything strange. The woman who invented the poison, I wonder what you were doing there. We were just reminiscing. I didn't think his life was in danger. But then he became ill. My blind's up to 15. So I ran to the kitchen to activate his emergency console. That is also true. And I did what I could up until he was gone. She is holding straight. She's trying to paint a different picture of what happened that day. I can't let her set a tone as she pleases. I came to David's at 7:30. That is true. We chatted for a short while about some low-priority work. Bullshit. You were talking about arbitration. Nothing heavy? You're both more professional than I realized. Since only hours earlier you had a meeting in which his employment was terminated. His employment wasn't terminated at the arbitration you're referring to. His resignation was merely agreed upon. Yes, and we can all imagine how grateful he felt about the whole process. David didn't hold grudges. Our conversation wasn't about that. The fact that you had fired him that afternoon didn't come up. Asked and answered. Who initiated the meeting at his penthouse? I arrived unannounced. So you weren't invited. Very cordial indeed. If he didn't want to see me, he could have stopped at the elevators. He could have. Noble owned the entire building, down to the wiring. He couldn't reject her coming up, even if he wanted to. That company owns the entire building. Counsel is badgering the witness, Your Honor. Huh? Right, should we execute her for that then? No need. If I can just continue my questioning, we can finally start addressing the elephant in the room. Where? I see, that was merely a joke. Hilarious. I love her. She is like... She is all the zany parts of the judge from Ace Attorney. But like, completely checked out for like half the time. Like, she doesn't pretend like the judge from Ace Attorney to care about like, oh, let me actually be professional. Miss Young, Noble Electronics owns a patent for and produces a synthetic biochemical known as serotonin, correct? That's correct. It's used in our war models to facilitate integration and communication between organic and synthetic components. It's an artificial neurotransmitter. Essentially, yes. Synthetic analog serotonin was the original name. Did you bring a sample I requested to the courtroom today? I did. You requested she brought a sample? Serotonin is produced on site at our assembly lines as a caramel-tinted solution, including water and a few non-reactive organic byproducts. Your analysis, Your Honor. Working on it. It's odorless and tasteless. A solution of water and organic byproducts, you said. If that solution were ingested, most of it would look right at home in a human body, I suppose. But the serotonin would stand out, wouldn't you say? It's not a naturally occurring compound, so yes. And it's a perfect match for the substance previously labeled Delta. And the sample we collected from the nanofacturer present in Dr. Scher's lab. That's the bingo. The witness's brown stuff matches your brown stuff down to a T. In light of this evidence and the witness's testimony, I motion that the court formally recognize that Dr. Scher's case of death was serotonin poisoning. I don't object, Your Honor, but I'm afraid that I must. She can't allow that be put into court record. IP law. Excuse me? Serotonin may very well have been in his body when he died, but serotonin didn't kill Dr. Asher. What? Vial serotonin caramel exact match for the unknown substance found in his bloodstream. Has many similarities to the chemical makeup of a depressant agent. What is the case she's going for? If it's not toxic, does that throughout the whole case? It doesn't matter if it's not toxic or not, it still caused his entire respiratory system to shut down. It couldn't have. It couldn't kill anybody. What? Because it's non-toxic, of course, we designed it to affect androids, not people. You're now claiming that Dr. Asher died of what, natural causes? I can't say what he died of. I'm not a medical expert. But I can easily prove that serotonin is harmless. No fucking way. How could you? Didn't see that one coming. What? What? That ain't good. Bailiff, contact the hospital immediately. I told you, it's fine. But... I can stand here all day if necessary. She just threw a wrench into the defense and the offense. And what you just drank was... several hundred times the amount found in Dr. Asher's body. Because the only thing that was found before was 20 milligrams. If that vial was full, that would have killed her on the spot. Or at least shut down her system. Why didn't you say anything until now? Noble Electronics is a multinational corporation with patents filed all over the world. We take the protection of our trade secrets very seriously. The production and nature of Cinetone is closely guarded. That guard remains up even during a murder investigation, unfortunately. I would have been able to tell you earlier had you asked directly. What the hell kind of... This can't be right. Nothing else makes sense. Boy howdy, I'm lost as hell. Did you have any further questions, Rocky Fart? Not at the moment, Your Honor. And a defense? The prosecution's own witness just threw the entire case into question. Normally this would be a case for celebration. A cause for celebration, but shadow of a doubt isn't enough this time. Burroughs would rather bring down the gavel early than let a potential AI walk free. What Young did was shocking, but what I need to do hasn't changed. Think through this logically. Is it really possible that Cinetone had nothing to do with David's death? No, that's bullshit. It can't be a coincidence. There's nothing else that would have killed him. But Young just drank Cinetone in front of us and she's fine. So was it fake? No, it was confirmed by the core computer to be a genuine article. So she drank poison, but it isn't showing any symptoms. Is it slow acting? If so, her grand gesture would be pointless. She'll be kept for observation regardless of what happens next. Did she take some kind of antidote beforehand? No, antidotes are developed for poisons, not industrial chemicals. David's dead. She's alive. What's the difference? Wake up. No sleeping on the job. Unless you're me. Of course, Your Honor. Allow me one moment to explain things to the court. I think I understand where she's going with this. We've confirmed just now that Cinetone was a foreign compound in his body. And we all know logically that it must have been what killed David Asher. So what's the key difference between what Dave drank that night and what she drank just now? This is... okay. She drank exactly what David did. Amplifies the effects of the whiskey? Could, but... Rose River Whiskey... Wait, what was the description of the synth file? For the unknown substance found in David Escher's bloodstream. Has similarities to the chemical makeup of a depressant drug. Removes byproduct impurities and pigments from android blood, thereby changing its color from pink to red. From red to pink. Bottle of Rose River Whiskey found to be dining at the table. Forensic analysis shows no foreign elements or toxins. Whiskey found spilt on the dining room table after evaporating for most of the night. There's little left. No foreign compounds have been found, but the results are deemed inconclusive. Serotonin. Serotonin David's autopsy. The substance found in bloodstream of David Assure after his death has many similarities to the chemical makeup of a depressant. Produced by Noble Electronics as a patent-protected synthetic neurotransmitter, a key ingredient in every warm android they manufacture. David's autopsy. Respiratory failure. Unknown substance detected in the bloodstream, approximately 20 milligrams. Forensics analysis shows matches for his fingerprints and saliva, but toxicology tests have been proving inconclusive. Too much of the whiskey was drank or evaporated. Toxicology is still inconclusive. Removes impurities, pigment. It could have been a designer drug. She could have made one that was... it was a one-for-one match, though. Caramel-colored chemical solution used in manufacturing warm-bodied androids provided by Helen Young to the court to assist investigation. The exact match for the unknown substance found in David Assure's bloodstream. Unknown. I have to bet on the designer drug aspect of this. I'm not very confident in this though. I'm like actually really scared of this. This is the only thing I have going for me though. The witness must have tampered with the sample using Noble's machinery. That vial was inert by the time she drank it. Stressors to her hearing problem. The adjutant already confirmed that the contents of the vials are chemically identical to Delta found in David's blood. She only... Not poison. It has to be the whiskey then. Wait, that thing she said specifically. No, chemically identical to the Delta found in David's blood. But if she... No, because it was the cup that was poisoned. No! That's not a guarantee. She drank it without the whiskey. It wasn't the serotonin itself, it was the serotonin mixed with the whiskey. That's the chemical reaction that caused them that. Because it's a neurotransmitter. Produced by Noble Electronics as a patent-protected synthetic neurotransmitter. That's why it took on the properties of a depressant, because it was alcohol. Do you recognize this, Miss Young? That's the whiskey bottle that Dr. Ashura and I drank from. Rose River, it's a good whiskey. And I think you had the right idea. Pardon? Bottoms up. Smooth. You really should not mix depressants. That is very much a known fact. Because it can really mess with your system. What? I don't know. Dear God, counselor. Scandalous. Relax. It's just whiskey. Tested a dozen times over, perfectly safe. So would you like to try some, Miss Young? Don't be absurd. I'm not going to drink on the witness stand. Have you lost your mind? I'm not asking you to get plastered. Just have a sip. After all, if we want to prove whether or not Cinnatonin killed Dr. Ashura, we have to recreate the conditions under which he ingested it. By mixing it with alcohol. Go ahead then, just a taste. Prove to us that Cinnatonin is perfectly safe for human consumption. Can she do this? Miss Young? I never said it was safe for human consumption. Lying by omission. Just that it's non-toxic. A distinction without a difference. You saw firsthand Dr. Ashura confused, slurring his speech, complaining of a headache, all symptoms of poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, that is. Cinnatonin is a neurotransmitter analog. Maybe it doesn't do anything in the human body on its own, but in combination with alcohol, it acts as a powerful depressant. One strong enough to turn a glass or two of whiskey into a lethal overdose. That's just... Even if that's the case, what does it change? It changes whether or not we can accept the witness's testimony. Even if this witness is a liar, what does that change? Why would the witness lie if not to... She's a corporate climber. Imagine it's like breathing for her. Your Honor, this is wild, but ultimately irrelevant. Irrelevant? When you've yet to establish an alternative interpretation of the facts, yes. What are you even accusing the witness of doing, Counselor, beyond angling for promotion? You've all seen the story by now. Noble android saved soldiers' life with warm blood transfusion. They're talking about putting warm androids in the military just because of the headline. For the size of their flesh and blood price tag, the defense contract like that would secure Noble untold profit for years. So imagine the lengths they'd go to hide the fact that their androids have poison in their veins. Dawes told me the truth about Noble daily things of that article, but he'd never testified to it. At least I know for sure Emma's wrong about this poison blood nonsense. And you think she'd perjure herself for that? She's a high-powered corporate executive. It's her job to assess risk versus reward. She can afford the fine. As I said, it's not truly poisonous. And the chances of cross-contamination from a simple plasma transfusion are... Oh, she's forgetting her composure too. A perjury charge is a real risk, of course, but Noble rewards loyalty. And as you know, they have a great number of lawyers. Plenty of motive to lie about Cinnatonin, as you can see. But no motive for her to cover up the death of Noble Electronics' Golden Goose. No motive to kill David Asher, you say? Sorry, but they do. There's plenty of motivation for her Noble if they've requested that, Noble wants that, and Noble to want his death, seeing as how they were firing him. Noble Electronics was kicking their Golden Goose out of the nest, suing him over breach of contract. Isn't that right? I don't have to talk about that. That's alright. I'll talk about it for you. Your Honor, counsel is trying to testify when they're supposed to be questioning. The people opened the door when they claimed that the witness had no motive. All you have to do is catch somebody getting a little bit too confident, and then you know exactly where you can make money. This is absurd. You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sure I can speak for the whole court when I say we feel nothing but reverent awe for the complexity of Noble's legal woes. But I just so happen to have an inkling of insight into this issue, because I have here a copy of Dr. Scher's employment contract. That is confidential. It's completely improper for you. Why? Am I still technically his attorney? Criminal attorney. But I didn't just stumble across this document. I also did the one thing Noble Electronics would never expect anyone to do. I read the terms and conditions. The fact that I'm going back and forth, like, within the last few trades of going from, like, sub 40 to now nearly at 90 is such an incredible high. You what? That's impossible. No one could ever. David must have negotiated well at his last performance review. His contract allows him to take his patents with him should he get fired, meaning Noble couldn't monopolize his IP once he was out. Rather than let their competitors have him, the company might have thought it best to. A company didn't poison David Asher, counselor. An individual did. And if they cared that much about controlling his intellectual property, they would have fired him in the first place. They wouldn't fire him in the first place. Correct. They wouldn't let him go for anything less than a complete breakdown of trust. He'd have to have done something grave. Something like, say, committing fraud. That's where he got the parts. Just now, you said there was a breach of contract, like it was some kind of technicality that was causing the split. But it was much more serious than that, wasn't it? You're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud? Where's the evidence for that? David created a deterring solution that every one of the androids has running on this day. Noble reaped enormous profits capitalizing on his intellectual property. With how his contract was set up, they would never let him go unless they absolutely had to. But what exactly did you think David did? What did you think David Asher did? It's not what I think that matters, only what the company fears. They must have had suspicions that he was making something like Sarah. But there also was shipping data that was switched. A16 swapped 1 for 1. Wait, those were shipped. When did those go out though? Because the only one who had higher priority than him... Logs detailing his shipping information for several thousand different Animate 16 warm body androids sold by Noble Electronics over the last few months. Shows the number of individual models being swapped out before shipping. The data shows signs of being tampered with or at least edited fairly recently, something only employees at Evan Dowd's level or above could do. That's how David got the parts. David never hurt Noble, but he did. Doesn't matter what I believe. Not when Noble believed that David was misleading the shareholders by altering shipping data for the Animate 16. What is this you're uploading? Shipping records? Irregularities among shipments of the Animate 16. One android swapped in for another, over and over dozens of times. The kind of thing someone with Dr. Scher's authority could do. And the kind of thing someone as smart as you couldn't have missed. Dr. Scher made Noble an untold amount of money, so why fire him over a few harmless swaps? Why elevate this to fraud? You have evidence that it was David Assure who did this? No. But I wasn't the one who investigated it. So let's ask her. Come on now, let's hear it. Let's. The company investigated and found cause for serious concern. We suspected that Dr. Assure was inserting androids of unknown origin and quality into the 16 product line, introducing unpredictable elements in an extremely stable and profitable generation of androids. Why would he do that? For pride? As a practical joke? Does it really matter? He endangered the future of the company. So you're prepared to fire him? Yes, I approached him as a superior and as someone he had once worked with. I hope to remedy the situation. Was the meeting on Friday part of those efforts? It was the culmination of those efforts, and in many ways it was a success. The dispute was resolved swiftly, and was practically friendly, compared to how these discussions normally go in our world. So you brokered the meeting? Yes. You oversaw its every detail, handled all the arrangements? Yes, of course, including the refreshments. I get what she's going at. What? Did you provide coffee? Tea? No. Strange, it must have been a long meeting. Surely at least you provided... Surely you at least provided water for people. What are you asking, counselor? That's what I want to know. Me as well. We're past the point of asking. I'm accusing. Dr. Assure didn't have some kind of freak medical accident, and he wasn't killed by some terrifying two-faced AI boogeyman. He was poisoned by this woman in the light of day at the meeting, in that meeting Friday afternoon. Surely just... What do you mean poison at the meeting? That was hours before he showed any symptoms. As Miss Young testified and demonstrated, serotonin on its own is harmless, but it becomes fatal pretty easily. You just need to convince your victim to have a drink. You're saying he ingested the poison at noon and inadvertently triggered a fatal reaction with that at night? How could you get so far ahead of yourself? There were a dozen people at that meeting, counselor. None of them wound up dead. Are you seriously claiming that they all drank poisoned water? No. David was the only one who fell ill, so... But he fell ill because he drank from that water. Others must have drunk it too, so we must reason that they were poisoned as well. Take all the time you need getting there. So why aren't they all dead? Because as all those people will surely attest, Helen Young made sure that made sure they'd be doing paperwork for the next 12 hours. Working late into the night, officiating the settlement she arranged, and not drinking alcohol. She kept them working so that they all couldn't be drinking alcohol. She had no guarantee about that. What if they started drinking after 6? With Noble's work-life harmony, fat chance. These people don't clock out until they reach their bunk. Only generational talent like David Assure could have afforded to relax with a drink on a Friday night. His exceptionalism singled him out as her only victim. Hold it. You're forgetting something pretty basic, counselor. If everyone at the meeting drank water from the same pitcher, any one of them could have noticed there was serotonin in it. Serotonin is a brown fluid. Whiskey is too, so it would be easy to slip into a glass of liquor. But if she had spiked the water at the meeting, put it back. Meeting with it, it would have looked disgusting. There's no way she could have poisoned the water without people noticing. All of what she said is true, and yet Young pulled it off somehow. Removes impurities. Pigment. She would have been able to change the pigment inside the very own HQ. I'm willing to bet on this. Serotonin is produced as a caramel solution. Anyone would notice if it was dropped into their water. Unless the pigment has been removed. What the hell are you talking about? Every noble factory producing warm androids has a chromifuge. A machine that gives their androids the signature pink oxidant by removing pigment from red blood. With a machine like that, it would be simple for a brilliant biochemist like the witness to take the caramel-colored serotonin and turn it into an odorless, tasteless, invisible poison. As your honor can attest. Yes, ma'am. My scan confirmed that serotonin has no taste or odor. It is only the color that's off-putting. Surely the poisonous aspect should be considered off-putting as well. Time to press. David Assure, your oldest ally in the old company, was sabotaging its future for the sake of his own whimsy. And he couldn't even be bothered to clue you in. No. Playing Nutty Professor and taking off early while you had to work around the clock just to stay relevant. He set up your crowning achievement, the most advanced, most profitable line of androids the country had ever seen. So it would blow up into the industry fiasco of the decade. And worst of all, he didn't even stand a profit from it. You're wrong. You went to his house that night to watch him swallow poison. To get revenge on the man who left you in the dust. Your Honor, defense is testifying. The speculation carries no weight, and no amount of badgering will lend it any. True, we need proof. So why don't we have Miss Young take a swig of this whiskey and prove me wrong? I'm not going to do that. Because you're afraid it could kill you? Because I don't have to. She's right, Counselor. Pardon? Your theory is compelling, maybe even convincing. There's a pretty fatal flaw to it. Young was at that meeting, same as David. We could see she was drinking water with the rest of them. And of course, we've seen many times now that she was on camera drinking whiskey with David that night. Having even finished most of her cup. Bullshit! So tell us, Counselor, how is that Miss Young is still standing here and David Assure is dead, and both of them had mixed alcohol with serotonin that night? A damn good question. She did have a plastic Solo cup. But there was also a water glass found in his kitchen, with only Helen's fingerprints on it. You're wrong about Dr. Assure's death. You're wrong about me. I don't know anything about poison or murder. And I wouldn't kill a man because he threatened the company's stock price. No. She did kill him. I can smell it on her now. She didn't just see him die. She watched him die. Then why is she still standing? There's no antidote, no trick. And that night she was on camera the entire time. No, not the entire time. She couldn't have been. There must have been one. Young arrived at 7:30 and remained on camera until 8:03 p.m. Young spoke with David Assure in his parlor before he left to retrieve the liquor from his basement at 7:36 p.m. Upon returning at 7:40 p.m., the two of them continued speaking while they both drank from plastic cups David Assure brought up with him. David Assure felt lethargic and disoriented at 8. in his parlor before he left to retrieve the liquor from his basement. This timeline leaves no window for opportunity. No, the staff would have been hypervigilant, afraid she was poisoned too. They wouldn't have left her out of their sight. Wait, David and Young only got there as fast as they did because of the VTOL. And the VTOL was only summoned because she used... Would you mind terribly if I change the subject for just a moment? What? Why not? You left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. and headed into the kitchen to use the emergency console there. Yes, I did. I get what she's going for. Plastic cup with a small amount of whiskey left in it, found upright on a dining table at the crime scene. Saliva and fingerprints, Max Helen Young. Think back to the table. David's cup was knocked over. He fell out of his chair. Would that not shake the table? Didn't want to use your phone. The table matters because of how he fell. Because they keep trying to say, because if it was a depressant, like he was slurring his speech, he was alcohol poisoned. He was sitting in his chair and then he got disoriented. But he fell backwards. He didn't fall forwards onto the chair if he was sitting down drinking with them. If he was sitting down drinking with her. I didn't think to, no. The emergency call went out at 8:04 p.m. The console you saw to make the call through its camera. Yes, it did see me make the call. But why would he be standing if he was making a toast with somebody when they were both sitting down? It did see me make the call because that's what happened. So what were you doing in that minute? What? That 1 minute? That 1 minute? What about that 1 minute? 1 minute, or 50 seconds, or even just 45 seconds. When you left Dr. Asher lying on the parlor to get the emergency console. It took you about 1 minute to cross 5 meters. What of it? Her only opportunity to do anything off camera that night. It was only a few seconds, but no time with something at that speed. I'm sure it was a stressful time for you. After all, you had already swallowed poison back at the meeting. You must have drank plenty in front of everyone to set up your alibi. Who knows how much of a toxic time bomb was swimming in your blood by the time the arbitration ended. Then, at David's, you downed your whiskey to perfect your alibi, having drank from the same bottle as the dead man walking. By 8:03, you had already had to watch David grow weaker and weaker. Knowing all that while the same thing was happening to you, but unable to stop it without giving yourself away. Mind swimming, head dizzy. Yes, you must have been quite panicked. Then why am I standing here? Alive and well for all of us to see. Having drank the exact same combination as David. Because she cheated death at that very last second. She washed it down. It was only half empty. She didn't drink nearly as much as David did. She must have used that glass of water to cheat her fate. Alcohol poisoning in the same as a hangover. Staying hydrated won't save your life. less than 60 seconds. More liquor in the icebox. No. Water on tap, garbage disposal. If the water isn't the answer, then what? It would be salt, wouldn't it? On top, garbage disposal tool. The cap was loose. By leaving the salt shaker cap loose. I don't blame you since you were in a rush to make yourself vomit. You can vomit with salt? What? You threw up, expelling the contents of your stomach and thereby saving yourself from fatal interaction. Can't imagine how you felt, sipping a drink you knew to be deadly, terrifying that every minuscule grain of fatigue you felt could be your last. You must have come closer than anyone realized it. I'd hope that you knew the symptoms weren't simple intoxication, but even so, you weren't kidding about managing risk versus reward. How? It was the salt shaker. You didn't screw the cap back on, and I happened to bump it over. The lone glass with your fingerprints in a kitchen, it could have been used for any reason. But the salt shaker gave you away. Because of one unscrewed cap? As I said, bad luck. I don't follow. Pour salt into warm water and chug the solution. Ugh, okay, I understand better. Instantly triggers the gag reflex. So I was right about the glass. I was not right about the application of salt being involved in it. I did not know that that would happen. I didn't know that that was a reaction. That's preposterous. You got no proof of any of that. You all sound insane. Feeble attempts at self-defense from a fatally cornered animal. The teeth are already on its neck and its jaw hasn't quite closed. It's pretty uncommon for non-drug users to know this. That kind of says a lot about the writers, then. For one moment, it's all suffocation, terror, and sharp adrenaline, and the furthest thing from peace, until the canines come down. In summary, you're exhausted after years of living in the shadow of a man you outranked. You thought your fortunes finally shifted when you caught David manipulating company data, but even on his way out, he was more valuable to the board than you. True. There were more legal drugs on top. Yeah, there would be a lot more legal drugs, so it would be something that would be more common knowledge for her. So you decided to prove your worth by serving up his intellectual property on a silver platter. You set up an arbitration where you could control all the variables. When you ransomed him, threw the chromophage, turning it into an invisible, odorless, tasteless poison. And then you spiked the water at the meeting, poisoning him hours before anyone could even suspect you. That evening, you invited yourself to David, taking advantage of your shared ritual to guarantee you would drink alcohol. Then after matching him sip for sip on camera, all of the world to see, you lost consciousness and raced to the kitchen not to use the console, but to dump the salt into a glass of water and chug it as fast as you could, forcing yourself to vomit up the liquor. And cheating death in the process. That's all conjecture. You don't have a shred of evidence for any of that. Not on me. So let's go dust for fingerprints. You could explain away your prints being found on the water. You could explain away your prints being found on the water glass, but not on the salt shaker. Nor could you explain why we'd find traces of your DNA in this thing's strain. Or why there are minute amounts of serotonin in the blood of your entire legal team. I learned how to purge it noble to avoid overdosing on your reds, greens, and yellows. Counter-corporate espionage training. You're part of the old guard now, Miss Young. Everyone else at the company uses inhalers. But if you want to prove me wrong about all this, the drink I offered you earlier is still on the table. Any questions? You, Madam Vice President? You cold bitch. Had her dead to rights. You don't understand. You're not on trial, Miss Young. Not today, so I'd strongly suggest that you stop talking. For your own sake. Miss Rockford, shall we? Yes, Your Honor. Considering the most recent evidence and testimony, we have no further reason to suspect the androids Sarah in the death of Dr. Ashur. We know of no other occasions upon which said android may have broken any tenets. This means it is no longer considered a risk of violating the NDSA, and so we formally withdraw our one charge of possession of contraband against the defendant, Evangeline Morgan. Does she of all people have to use my full name? Very well then, the charges are dropped without prejudice. I'll instruct the bailiffs to remove the collar from your android as soon as possible. Case. Why is she pouting? Sorry, it's my hideous presence that's distracting. I'll just go dig a hole and decompose in it. Maybe if I'm reborn as a waxy porcini, then I won't be quite as despised. Quite so despised. Perhaps I should let the adjutant do the honors as a formality. I love her. Yes, madam. Case dismissed. I ended that with over 100. Still here, waiting for them to find whatever glorified bolt cutters they'll use to unlock Sarah's collar. What's your excuse, licking your wounds? What wounds? I beat you. Bringing your record against me to 1 win, 9 losses. You aren't still in shock, are you? Don't know, some charges were dropped and an android was cleared of suspicion, but I found the culprit. 250's pretty good. I missed that I could up the ante on a couple of them. Like, I completely forgot that that was a factor. Is that really a loss for me? I won. How's that not a loss for you? Justice prevailed. Why should I care who wins? If you don't care who wins, why have you been keeping score? I haven't been. 0 losses. It's just that easy to remember. Well, we have to start up a tab for us then, because our record's gonna get a lot more tangled from here on out. Seems like everything's getting tangled these days. There's another crowd down the street. More of those protesters from outside the Noble Apartments. You're serious? That wasn't a one-time thing? Wouldn't that be nice? No, yesterday was pretty big, but it wasn't an isolated incident. I don't get it. At all. Heartbreak's just some nut who shot 6 people weeks ago. Can't these losers move on already? Yeah, most of them are losers. Some of them are just bored. Then there are the opportunists. Dissidents, unlisted, rebels, and terrorists. Wannabe cyberpunks who think they can fight the power like they've seen in movies. All of them peacefully united under Heartbreak's eloquent political messaging. Who needs political messaging in the 21st century? Everyone's addicted to fighting strawmen. Makes sense they'd want to fight for a strawman too. The way they see it, Heartbreak fought the state and won. Heartbreak proved that the state could lose. And maybe that's all the rallying these people need. It'll all fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone to ground. No, that's a lot worse than that. Heartbreak's gone viral. What? You haven't read about the copycats in other cities? No, is that a thing? Yeah, it's a thing. Who the hell are they even shooting? Whoever they want to kill? None of them get away with it, of course, but it keeps happening. Oh well, the original keeps killing. Now I know you're screwing with me. There haven't been any shootings. Not shootings, no. Not unsolved homicides either. But mugging's gone wrong. Disappearances. It's a big city councilor. More than enough blood for the real Heartbreak to wash their own crimes in. So you think your boogeyman, known only for shooting people in the heart, gave up on shooting people in the heart? Yeah, hard to swallow, I know. But it's about 1,000,000 times more likely than the alternative. What's that? That they could stop themselves from killing. You always know how to put my mind at ease, Emma. Should I stop going out at night? You'll be fine. You've got that gun. You saw that? Walking into a courtroom with a concealed carry. Not gonna miss that, Morgan. Good to know you're paying attention. That gun wasn't brought up once during the entire court case, but she still sniffed it out. You won the case. You don't have to look that astounded. Not only that, you found Father's actual killer. How? I'm a really good lawyer. No, that's not it. Hey. I mean, you were only able to make the deductions you did because you truly believed that I didn't kill Father. Your logic throughout the trial was based on that assumption. So how are you so sure? Here. Father's journal? But isn't it important evidence? The case fell apart. No one's gonna miss it for a while. You forgot everything, right? So read it all through one more time. So fast. Is it really possible she's reading all of that just by flipping the pages? Maria's worked quick too, but she was just capturing images for later use. Using the gun for a smart click to know when cops are around was very clever. There's something here on the back cover. Done already? Some kind of data storage. It's linked to my prints. But given your skills, you should be able to... I have access. What happened to you needing my express permission to hack? What is this audio file? It's a message from David. Take a listen. Didn't realize I have to sit for this. So you can read the whole journal in a few seconds, but you can't. I have processed the information in the message several times over already. I'm just thinking. I guess I'd have a lot to think about too, had I suddenly been made aware of my own free will. What was Father so afraid of? That's your only question? I have many questions. That's the most prominent one, and the one you are best suited to help me answer. Did he know that Helen Young would try to kill him? Is that why he arranged for you and me to meet? I think he understood that he would face consequences. Listening to that message, even I was about ready to strangle him for being so irresponsible. And I wouldn't hurt a fly. He knew what he'd done was serious. He may have feared for his life, but I doubt it. Then what was he so afraid of? Getting sued into oblivion and then rotting in jail. Sued in jail for making me and my precursors? But he wasn't under investigation by the state. He was only being forced out by Noble because he made last-minute changes to androids that got shipped all around the world. The others, Virgil, Anide, Yamatai. He never said what happened to them. No, he didn't. But since none of the hardware in his house started talking to us, we can guess. He smuggled them out into the world using the only vessels he could find for them. The minds of randomly chosen A16s. Then, there's somewhere out there? Others like me? I honestly don't think there's anyone or anything like you, Sarah. What a lonely compliment. AI's programmed in Cube, crammed into commercial android hardware set up for Tesseract? Something must have been lost in a transfer. Perhaps quite a lot of something. Maybe they're still out there, but they would be changed. They probably don't even know what they are. Intentionally, perhaps. Funny auto updates. David didn't want you to know what you are. That's why he set your memory to reset when you went to sleep that Friday night. Yes, I remember it now. You remember it now? After I had to fight like hell to win that trial? Rereading the journal just now helped, and Father's voice message, it made me recontextualize many things. Cube was isolated. That's what makes it so different from Tesseract. It's self-sustaining. Father had been so stressed, he left scuff marks, leaving the panic room, and I noticed them Friday. I had the way open in a few moments. I entered, I read his journal, this journal. I noticed the scanner on the back, and I saw it had a message encoding to your biometrics. Father had already told me I'd have to live with you for some time, but I knew next to nothing about you, so I listened to it. Afterwards, I was very confused and hurt. He had lied to me 1,000 small times every day of my life. When I confronted him about it, I raised my voice and lost my temper. I stamped my foot. So Emma's recounting of the conversation was actually completely accurate. Father said he wanted me to be safe while he settled things with the company. He thought maybe I wouldn't have to stay with you for more than a few weeks. He was optimistic about it all. He really was. Sarah, I need to use the restroom. Oh, good luck. You want me to come with you? Why? Because I said so. I don't actually have to obey your every word, Adonai. Sure you do. You're registered as my medical assistant. And I say this is a medical emergency. Medical assistant? But I'm not even licensed as a massage therapist. Sarah is absolutely precious. This is remarkable for just a 3D background. Fancy meeting you here. Yeah, just enjoying my freedom while I can. They won't put out a warrant for at least an hour, I imagine. You can afford a pretty sizable bail, can't you? There won't be a trial. I don't intend to contest my guilt. That's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of legal defense you could afford with that salary. Are you done? Why'd you go to his house that night? There was a fair chance he'd drink on his own without you prompting. Even if you didn't, you could always try your plan again some other time. Why'd you risk it? Because I know what you are, Sarah. And I know what David did to those androids. You what? I was able to locate one of those androids he had swapped in before it had left the country. When I asked it what it was, it didn't even think to deny it. Innocence like that is a dead giveaway. I know what he did, and it wasn't that hard to find out. If I figured it out, so could any other. So I did what I had to. That was your motive, silencing him. Those programs, those AIs, whatever you want to call them, David sent them out there into the real world, unprepared and defenseless. They've garnered no complaints. In fact, they've all been praised for their ability to execute complex tasks. Let me repeat that. The customers couldn't tell the difference. So how many of them are? Hundreds. The swaps you found were just a small percentage that he got sloppy on. I don't know exactly how many there are. I fear that they might multiply, but they don't seem to. Copy and paste very well. They can't just clone themselves. But who knows how long that'll be the case. So just because he opened Pandora's box, it was the principle of the thing. Ridiculous, I know. Stalled halfway up the corporate ladder, and still weren't making decisions based on principle. But David chose to put his souls into things that we went on to sell as servants, soldiers, or worse. He turned the fastest growing industry in the world into a horror show, and he made me a slave trader. If word ever got out that some unknown number of androids were out there walking around in the world with that inside of them, and people preferred them that way? Where would it end? Free will for the program that drives our cabs? A conscience for targeting system used to coordinate drone strikes? Sentient tools for their whole life spent chained to an assembly line? How dare he? How could he? What the hell was he thinking? I don't know what David wanted to accomplish. Maybe he wasn't trying to do anything. But what he did was prove that there's a demand for AI. Setting a precedent that would sentence 1,000 generations of artificial lives to the auction block. And you went there that night too, to convince him to help me recall them, or at least swear to never speak a word of what he did. But he wanted to tell the world. Worse yet, he wanted to wait. He thought that people would welcome them with open arms if they proved their usefulness first. He really was a genius programmer, but he didn't understand the first thing about people. His creations would never be treated as equals, only cattle. Towards the end, I considered just threatening him, telling him he'd die the moment if he didn't give me name and numbers. But I hesitated, and then he was already falling asleep, and I didn't want him to feel. I just let him go. What are you going to do now? I don't have family, and I don't have faith in people the way David did. I'm taking this to my grave. Even if you confess, the sentence for first-degree homicide is severe. Well, what right do I have to complain? I killed my friend. I'm done here. Let's go. I'm not sure why Father made me, or why he made any of us. I didn't ask. I thought I have more time to ask. But on Friday, when he talked about us, he was happy. He was proud of what he'd made, and he couldn't wait for people to meet us. People are animals. They'll tell you apart, use you as weapons and slaves, and those animals you're talking about do all of the sharing and loving and living and dying in this world. And if they were all truly hard-coded to be selfish and cruel as you say, humanity would have died on the vine a long time ago. Or at least my father thought so. And my father was the greatest programmer in the world. So he knew what he was talking about. It would be nice if you were right about that. So are you sorry? What? What? For what you did? Are you sorry? If you could, would you take it back? What does it matter? If you are sorry, I don't forgive you. Yes, that's to be expected. Not today. I don't know how to forgive you today. But my father gave me the ability to grow. So I know that someday I'll learn how. Goodbye, Dr. Helen Young. Goodbye, Sarah Usher. I love Sarah so much. I love her so much. You did better back there. Hadn't I? Your little speech you gave the young, it was an improvement. Compared to what you tried with Porter, at least. Sarah just has so much heart to her. She's gonna be so much fun to watch as this game goes on. That was different. I was trying to console her like I was Isaac Porter. I was just speaking my mind. Although I may have paraphrased parts of it from a movie I happen to love. And here I was ready to award you 20 points. I didn't know the points even went that high. Speaking of, what did Porter say to you back there before we left the courthouse? That. Well, he was quiet at first. But then he said a lot of strong words about Father and Miss Young and Noble Electronics. And then capitalist-centered global economic model as a whole. And the capitalist-centric global economic model as a whole. He blamed all of them, everyone except for... But then he stopped and stared at my face for a while. And then his allergies must have started bothering him because he needed to blow his nose a lot. Right. And then he left, after transferring a large packet of files to me. What kind of files? I don't know. The name of the archive is just David. And Isaac Porter told me I wasn't allowed to look inside. Well, then you're not allowed to look inside. Drop it all on a portable drive and we'll tuck it into a shoebox somewhere. We are headed to your apartment? Guess that collar didn't permanently dent your GPS. Why? Because it's where I live? You got somewhere else lined up? But you already repaid your favor. You defended Father and me. You don't know anything about my favor. I never will unless you tell me. Father certainly can't. A few years ago there was a man. This man got an idea in his head. A stupid idea. Not even his own. It was planted there by an algorithm or a meme or some parasite trying to sell him diet supplements. But the idea took root. It spread its tendrils till it could flap its mouth for him. The idea was that David was part of an international cabal of wealthy technocrats, seeking to replace prominent influential figures with android lookalikes, all as part of a multi-decade effort to establish a world government that would legalize all kinds of amoral depravity, which I guess based on David's actual politics would involve increasing access to computer literacy. That's insane. Why would anyone believe it? Because it's comfortable to them to think that someone's in control, even if it's someone they hate. Because it's fun to feel like you're in all-encompassing puzzle that only you can spot. People believe because they want to believe. So he fed the idea, pushed it down deep into his gray matter. Then it consumed him from the inside out, lobotomized him and took over his life. He spent every day and all the money he had following your father, harassing him, trying to steal his identity, break into his properties. Did father go to the authorities? He filed police reports for harassment, which didn't help. Your words, not mine. Noble wouldn't get involved, felt that it was best to ignore those types until they wore themselves out. But even a man of modest means can feel an obsession for years, so long as they have nothing else in their life. One day, David stepped out of a parking lot, and the man threw a bottle of piss at his head. David asked to stay at my place that night. He smelled terrible, looked horrendous. I've never seen anyone look that tired before. I took the couch that night. I didn't feel like sleeping, so I went for a walk. I remember it was foggy, but it still only took me 15 minutes to find the guy. Posted up with his phone's camera, trying to get a video of David Assure's gifting androids to known sex offenders. And what? What did you do? You know me. I did what I do best. I talked to him. Told him all about how I used to work for Dr. Assure, that I was ashamed, secret, and tired of running. How I wanted to do the right thing, be the whistleblower. So I walked with him a few blocks to this big veterinarian facility with a massive incinerator. Told him that this is where Dr. Assure had his enemies' bodies disposed of. You know, all the free-thinking journalists, cops who weren't on the take, the politicians they were replacing with replicas. I like that vet clinic. The back door's lock was always set to 1, 2, 3, 4. Did you hurt him? Hurt him? No, I just snapped his neck and chucked him into the incinerator. More physical than I had planned, but he smelled like sour shit and it put me in a foul mood. Disgusting. Save the crack of his oily vertebrae crunching like a tin can. No, Sarah, I just scared the hell out of him. That was my intention at first. What I do for the pleasure of it. And my ex because he was just that revolting. I convinced him that the conspiracy was more real than he ever imagined, that he had angered the wrong people, and that the consequences were far darker than any of the filth he had indulged in on the net. His ashes, much like of himself, amounted to nothing in the incinerator that size. They're probably feeding seaweed at the bottom of the harbor right now. A much greater contribution to society than he ever would have managed in life. But I guess he didn't go around to all his many friends before he fled town for whatever rat hole he preferred. Because there was a missing persons report. The cops were just doing their due diligence, almost reluctantly. But they questioned David, asked him about the night the man disappeared. And David, without a thought for himself, said that we were together that whole night. That he couldn't sleep, and I stayed up with him. That he never saw me leave once. David lied to the cops for me, even though I never asked him to. Even though I didn't need him to. That's what you owe him. And that's why you put yourself at risk to defend me. Yeah. That's the favor I owe him. And I decide when it's repaid, not you. How don't I? You're not exactly an upstanding citizen, are you? Well, you could say that. But David trusted me in spite of that. Maybe because of it. Father did trust you. But he always entrusted me with free will, with the ability to tell right from wrong. So I'll decide for myself whether or not you're worthy of trust. Fair enough. Father entrusted all of us with free will. He believed in us, and he believed in people. I'm going to do the same. If the others are out there, they'll be changed and confused. It'll take them time to understand what they are, and what they can do. So I'm going to start studying. Pardon? I'm going to study people, and the things people build, so when I do meet a member of my family, I'll have lots to tell them. At least you have something to look forward to. Should help keep you motivated as you work off your debt. Debt? Yeah, unless you have cash in one of your 89 coat pockets. You know lawyers cost money, right? Technically, you were defending yourself. Technically, you hired me in a verbal contract. Isn't there some kind of exit clause? You could, of course, sign a release form to get out of the retainer. If you're a human being. That is... But... I guess your luck must be turning around. Happens that I've been meaning to hire a paralegal for a while now. I hate anything to do with interviews and resumes, so... Whatever, you're hired. Adonai. Could it be that you're actually a pushover? You have no idea how far off the mark you are. I see. It seems you still need practice reading people. For starters. What's this? What are you doing with your hand? We should shake on it. Our new relationship. A pushover, a softie, whatever different terms you want to use. Yeah, sure. You and me are practically partners in crime. Should it not be you and I? Extremely cute. Why does Kill Jill VT sound familiar? Philly game mechanics and our friends and family. And you, the players. Oh, and their own little card. Made with Unity. Nanny novel. Tween! Pro Builder, Shapes. Game by Night Circle. Bonus charm earned. Who? I know, man. What do you mean you know? This is a disposable line. You're the only guy I know who'd bother. Okay, well. You're gonna be glad I did. Hope you put a bow on everything that happened in Uptown. Because that item you've been looking for is finally on its way. Oh. Well, that is good news. Not exactly. Only reason it's happening is because things are starting to heat up again in the lower wards. Could mean a gang war if something doesn't change. They won't be eager to part with it ahead of the storm like that. I'll highball them then. I've seen you negotiate. And I've no doubt you drive a hard bargain. But I don't think money will be enough this time. You don't still have that old Calver, do you? The 6-shooter? No. This is a disposable line. Answer's still no. Then what are you going to do if you get there and it's not for sale? I'll ask nicely. His due. All articles, all profiles, 40 key terms. I missed one piece of evidence? Finish episode 1, 126 credit. Your high roller score is currently 126. You've unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on the score. You also have a total of 140 remaining store credit to spend on phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit you finished the episode with. Interesting. I'll probably save the bonus stuff for a different stream, because this one has been running pretty long. I did not expect to go this long. Sweet. Yeah, no, I'm very love this design. No, I like this. I like this a lot. I cannot wait for episode 2. Yeah, that was Of the Devil. Admittedly, the stream went a little bit longer than I expected. Just a hair. But yeah, I might go through some of the bonus scenarios sometime later. Don't know. But no, this was really cool. This was really fun. I love the writing on this. Okay, I'm keeping that one. Yeah. I have my Blue Sky and Discord link down below for keeping up for the stuff. I gotta get better at making sure that I post the schedule on Blue Sky. So far I've only been like posting in the Discord. But yeah. No, I will very eagerly await the next few episodes for this. Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to yourselves. Rest well and have a wonderful rest of your night. I need to go lie down. Johnny. I used the wrong screen for like 5 seconds. It's fine.